Hello, hello. Please tell me you can hear me. Hopefully you can. Well, hello, everybody. This is James, the content creator here at Natural State Transparency. We're coming to you from a blustery, cold Northeast Arkansas tonight. I'm currently in Walnut Ridge here in Lawrence County. I'm probably not going to be staying here, though. There's not a lot going on. Hopefully everybody's doing well this evening. Hopefully you're tucked inside the house. If you're anywhere in the south or the eastern seaboard right now, you've been bombarded with snow and ice. Well, I would say that would apply to many states are currently going through the same thing right now. So hopefully it is warm where you were at. I'm going to run by the gas station real quick and get a cup of coffee so we can get into this live stream a little bit better. I need to go this way, don't I? Yeah. Okay, I know this is going to be a silly request, but I'm streaming this a little bit differently tonight. I could not get my software to work where the forward-facing camera was extremely choppy. I could not get it to do right. So I'm streaming directly to YouTube. The issue is I'm not sure what my audio source is. So we're going to play a little contest here. I'm going to do 3 taps on the first device, and you're either going to hear it or you're not. And then I'm going to do 3 taps on the second device, and you're either going to hear it or you're not. Let me know where the 3 taps are the loudest. Tap number 1 is right now. Tap number 2 right now. Let me know which one of those was really loud. Tap 1 or tap 2. Thank you. See, you're helping me diagnose where my audio is coming from. 2. Thank you so much. Thanks. See, again, guys, I'm streaming directly to YouTube tonight. I've negated to use the software because for some reason it's jacking up my camera's ability to stream properly. So I'll figure all that out another time. So now that we know it's number 2, that is a webcam that I'm not using, but I'm using the audio from it. So that's good to know. Good to know. All righty. Well, we're going to run by Casey's real quick, and yours truly is going to grab a very quick cup of coffee. I'll come right back, and we'll get on the road. We've been monitoring the radios. I've been in the car for about an hour and a half now. It took me that long to get everything set up and tested. And again, like I was telling you guys, I was messing with the software and trying to figure all that out. And yeah, so that's the life of a live streamer. Those are the first world problems of a live streamer. Indeed. But like I said, I hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's safe and sound tonight. I will be the first to tell you, and I'm all about, we're all adults here, mostly, I hope. We may have a couple of kids watching. and hello to you if you are. But I will tell you that we're mostly adults here, and so use your own discretion on whether or not you should be outside driving in this. I will tell you right now, especially to the Arkansans that may be tuning in tonight, and this really goes out to the Arkansans. If you happen to be in Northeast Arkansas, the Arkansas DOT has done a tremendous job of clearing the main road. So I'm on US 412B right now, and as you can tell, it's navigable. You can get through it. The issue is, well, like this parking lot, where there's still some places that are are kind of challenging, but there's other parking lots that haven't had anybody drive in them yet. There's some side roads that haven't been plowed at all. And I'll just tell you right now, if you can avoid the side roads and the county roads, and you can stay on the main highways, you can get around in this. I wouldn't recommend you come out here in a two-wheel drive vehicle, though. You definitely should have all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive if at all possible. If it's totally flat, I could say you could probably at this point drive a two-wheel drive vehicle on the flats. I would not recommend you take a side street with a two-wheel drive vehicle. You will get stuck. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You will get stuck. Don't be brave. And that's coming from somebody that would actually get out here and drive in that in a two-wheel drive vehicle. I'm telling you, don't do it. Four-wheel drive on the side roads and the county roads, mandatory. Two-wheel drive on the flat state highways and interstates, and you'll probably be okay. And that's only if it's been plowed good. That's my assessment. Don't hold me to it. Don't hold me responsible for it. Use your own discretion. Again, we're adults. You can take that advice, roll with it, or you can just not. And you can stay home and stay off the highways and the roads and just enjoy this live stream tonight. So with that said, that's all I'm going to talk about it, because again, I'm kind of experiencing weather watching fatigue tonight, where I've heard numerous people tell me how careful I should be on the TV, and just, it's okay. All right. Thank you. I get it. So I put the responsibility on you, and I'm not going to bombard this live stream with hours of conversation about the roads. You heard my assessment. Use your own discretion, but don't be stupid, please. Because here's the one thing that I want to say. I will reiterate what others have said. If you do get out here and you get stuck, you're putting a burden on everybody else. And I assume that risk by doing this live stream tonight, but I am in a vehicle that's all-wheel drive. This vehicle has snow mode, and I got brand new tires the day that it hit. So Friday morning, I went and got a full set of tires on this car, and I've done well so far. So I feel like I will inherit that risk for your benefit, so you can watch the live stream instead of getting out here on your own. So that's all I'm going to talk about it. And let me see here what we have going on here. I see some colors on the screen here. Pamela, $50. Tap the like, please. James, stay safe and warm out there. NST family, friends, and visitors, stay safe, warm, healthy, happy, and blessed. Well, thank you so much, Pamela. Pamela is, I am convinced that Pamela is like literally our lifetime member / largest cheerleader on the channel / amazing human. So we'll just, and first responder. So put all that into that mix. Thank you so much, Pamela, and everybody else. I don't want to negate to mention others. That we have a full crew tonight, a lot of our regulars, and hello to all of y'all. I see Linda Zeno, Sharon. I see Canyon Gal 78. I know her. Who else have we got here? Sherry K, 4 to 44, which is great. We like the sequential numbers, 444. That's good. Who else have we got in the chat tonight? Loud Elvis. Hadn't seen you in a while. Good to see you there. Who else we got? Who else? Rabat 74, of course. We are glad to see you as well. And Jim Music, hello to you. So I know that there's others I've missed. But anyway, hello to everybody. If I missed your name, that doesn't mean that you're not important. We're glad you're here. Stay warm, healthy with us as I drive around and try to make sense of what is happening here in the northeast corner of the great state of Arkansas. And on that note, yours truly is going to go get some coffee. I will be right back. So I will show you the sweatshirt that I'm sporting tonight.
We're gonna have this right lane blocked here at 63 for a bit.
So yours truly is rocking the NST Show Me 1037 Jacob Bird Trooper car, the picture that I took in a parking lot of a gas station about a year and a half ago. Oh, God. And you know what? I'd like to give a shout out to Jacob Bird, a shout out to Trooper Jacob Bird with the Arkansas State Police. Hello to you, sir. Hope you're doing well. All right, well, we are going to head out of here. Let's get on it. So I see that Kyle is asking, Kyle, Missouri, Kyle Mo, what part of the state are you in tonight? I'm in Northeast Arkansas, currently in Lawrence County. We are, we're about 40 miles away from, come on, car. Come on. Ooh, did not want to get out on the road just then. We're about 40 miles away from Corning up there at the Missouri state line. We're kind of near Pocahontas. We're just a county away. Why are you not driving right? Hang on. If I got this in the wrong mode, what have I done wrong here? There we go. So I'm not bragging about my car. I certainly don't want to come across as a braggart. So that's the first thing I want to say up front. But I bought this car in 2023, and this is only the second car that I ever financed from a dealership. Okay, so I'm a mid-40s guy, and this is only the second vehicle that I ever financed. So I was very proud to be able to get this vehicle when I did. It's a 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander, and I did some research on it, and I was looking for a small SUV, and I just wasn't satisfied with, looking at a Nissan Rogue or a little Honda CRV, something like that. That's what everybody else is driving, and I'm kind of I'll be quite honest with you folks. I'm an unusual individual in that I like to be different. I like different. I don't like conformity. I just never really have. So it is of my nature to want to drive a different type of vehicle. And so I have. And I went and got this vehicle. And if you do any research on the Mitsubishi Outlander, these Outlanders are something you find in the north. You don't find these in the south that much. These are all-wheel drive vehicles. They're geared for folks that live in Canada and the northern tier of the United States. These are not marketed as much in the south, but they do handle great in the snow. So I am fortunate tonight to have the proper equipment for this type of scenario. So yours truly is going to enjoy taking the Outlander for a stroll tonight in snow mode. I'm looking forward to it. You can share in my excitement tonight. Go Phoenix. The car's name, I've given the name Phoenix. This is the Phoenix tonight. We are in the Phoenix, and we are flying high tonight in Northeast Arkansas. We got our coffee We're warm, and I've got all my wonderful viewers in here. I'm so glad to have all of y'all here. And if you haven't already, do the obligatory smash the like button right quick before you forget, please. I need the likes, like really bad. Smash the like button, please. Thank you so much. Oh, somebody asked about tires. Yes. The snowstorm, the winter storm hit Arkansas Friday evening. I went Friday morning and got a set of tires put on this car. So I've got brand new tires on this car. Now, they are not snow tires and they are not studded tires, but nonetheless, they are new. And so I feel good about that. I feel better about it than I would if I hadn't have done that. So I'm attempting to enter the interstate here in Walnut Ridge. We're going to kind of mosey our way down to Jonesboro because I think that's where the calls will be tonight. And I'm also going to adjust the radio here in just a moment so that we can make sure we're picking up all the proper frequencies. We should be monitoring Jonesboro Police Dispatch, Fire Dispatch. We'll also be monitoring Arkansas State Police Troop C, but I will make those adjustments here in just a minute as I'm still in Lawrence County right now, so we're monitoring ASP Troop B. I'll switch it over in just a moment. Now, I will tell you that I have seen the RDOT, Arkansas Department of Transportation plow trucks. They have done a fantastic job. As you can tell, this one lane of Interstate 57 just out of Walnut Ridge, it's pretty darn clear. I mean, yeah, it has a little bit of some stuff on it, but it's, you know, these have been plowed enough now, and we're not getting any more accumulation here. So that's kind of what I was saying before at the gas station. If you had a two-wheel drive vehicle, you could probably pull this off right here. I'm going 50 miles an hour right now. I'm not going to go any faster than that. I feel comfortable at 50 given the circumstances right now. Currently, according to my vehicle, it is 16 degrees Fahrenheit right now in the Walnut Ridge, Hoxie area of Northeast Arkansas. 16 degrees. And again, we're going about 50 miles an hour. I'm not going to go any faster than that. There is no traffic. I have nobody behind me or in front of me. So.
40 down. Yeah.
Well, that was Corporal Morphus. He just got 10-8 over there in Greene County. I've been listening to the scanner. We've been hearing some of the C sergeants. It would be C3. I believe is Brandon Bennett, Sergeant Bennett over there in Troop C. I heard Interstate Criminal Patrol 1305. That's that K9 Sergeant Rocky Rapert. He was working tonight, helping stranded motorists. I've heard C35, and I've heard C45. C45 is Christian Underwood. So C45 is working tonight. C40 is Corporal Morphus. He's working tonight. I'm not really sure who 35 is. If somebody were to go onto my Natural State Transparency YouTube page, hit the magnifying glass and type in C-35 in the search, it would tell you the last video I featured that trooper. If you want to put it in the chat, that would be helpful. I don't know who 35 is off the top of my head. I want to say it's Trooper Tanner Seal, but I think I'm wrong. So if somebody wants to do that, I am not going to have a problem with that. And I kind of went the wrong direction. I hit the wrong off ramp just then. I need to go, double back and go the other way real quick. And I got a car behind me, so I can't do a U-turn. Let's see if I can safely pull in here. Does that look like that's been done at all? I don't want to get stuck. Hell no, that doesn't. I'm going to let this car pass me. I ain't getting stuck. All right. I don't encourage anybody to do a U-turn on the highway, considering my last traffic series video was Sergeant Jeff Preston, who wrote a ticket for somebody doing a U-turn on the highway. However, there is no traffic. So if you want to hold it to me, then do it. But I used due diligence and concern just then before I did that U-turn, because I don't want to pull in that road. It hadn't been plowed at all, and I'm afraid I'll get stuck. So you will have to forgive me if troopers are watching tonight across Arkansas. I apologize in advance for doing that U-turn. Hopefully you will forgive me. And I'm sure the ticket is in the mail. Wouldn't surprise me. All right, now we're cooking with butter. We're on our way to Jonesboro, and we'll get this frequency switched over to Jonesboro from the Walnut Ridge region over here. They've got the state system. They use their channel in Walnut Ridge and Lawrence County. They don't use the state system, so they have their own stuff over here. Let's get that switched. Now, I will tell you, I like to say this at least one time during the...
Charlie for missing person juvenile, color buster.
They're stuck. That car right there is stuck on the embankment. Okay, so I'm right here at the crossroads of 91, Highway Arkansas 91, right here at US 63. There's a car back there at 63B that's stuck on the embankment. They're not able, they're just stuck. Now, I will tell you, tonight, my number one goal is to show you a thing or two. So let me get my disclaimer out of the way first and foremost. I want to let everybody know that I am not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a police officer. I am not out here to take any type of law enforcement action. I am a citizen journalist, a street journalist, as I like to call it. I always have been. I've got a scanner and a camera, and I like to show you a thing or two. That's what the goal is on this channel. So when the folks come in here asking, is this the police? Is he a police? No, I'm not trying to be. However, we are out here trying to show you what the first responders are up to. And in that traveling, if we come across a situation where we can offer a ride, if somebody is stranded, flagging down a car or something to that effect, well, we might just pull over, roll our window down, and see if they need a ride somewhere. I do have a vehicle that has all-wheel drive and new tires, and I'm certainly willing to take somebody to a gas station or something to that effect. So we will render assistance if needed. However, my goal is to conduct this live stream and to show you, the viewer, a thing or two. And if we can help along the way, we'll certainly try. Hello, Jacob Palmer, longtime NST viewer. Hello to you, good sir. Blaylock says, James, can you come down here and take me to the gas station? Well, Blaylock, if I were in Little Rock, I would pick you up just because I think you would be hilarious to have on the live stream. So, yeah, you and Little Rock elevators. It doesn't matter who gets in the, well, actually, my front seat is tied up with the laptop and my camera equipment. So you'd have to truly be a backseater. But, yeah, I'd tote you around like an Uber. It'd be like NST Uber. Hello, John Gubbins Jr. Welcome. I know you've been in here. Welcome back. Wisdom Rules. Always good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for all the extra that you do on the channel. You are truly a walking encyclopedia of information. We love it. You help keep tabs on the bios of the troopers and the news stories and all of that good jazz. We do appreciate that. Wisdom Rules, ladies and gentlemen. Here, and a cheers to Wisdom Rules. Oh. I'm going to have to take off my coat because I'm burning up. Might have to pull over here in just a minute and take that off.
Hello?
Hello, NST's mom. You are live with a worldwide audience right now, so be careful. Be careful what you say. But anyway, NST's mom, I wanted to let you know that if you were to get on the Roku right now, you could probably pull us up live.
I just tried and it wasn't on there yet.
Okay,
so
try
maybe
again.
it is now.
Try again.
Okay, I will.
All right.
Okay.
We'll talk to you later, NST's
All right.
mom.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Later.
Bye.
All right. Well, we got that out of the way. Good. Good deal. That is NST's mom on YouTube. Sometimes she chimes in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see NST's mom in the live chat, that is what it sounds like. That's my mother, and she is my biggest fan. I know some of y'all may argue the point, but she really is. Canyon Gal 78 may have something to say about that being the biggest fan. I don't know. But look, I don't want to fight over it. There's no reason to fight over. Yeah, I have room for a lot of people to be my biggest fan. So there's plenty of room to go around. All right, folks, I'm coming into the little town of Sedgwick. We're right here at the Lawrence Craighead County line. We will be here in just a minute. I'm going to pull over if I can because I got to come out of this coat. It is a little too much for me. Also with the sweat jacket that I have on. You know, really, I have no traffic here. Hold on, guys. I'll just do this. I don't recommend you do what I'm about to do, but there is no traffic at all. Woo! Goodness gracious, I had to come out of that coat. It's a little too much. All right, we are rolling. I'm approximately borough, but I do have the radio turned down because I was talking. I'm going to turn it up and we're going to monitor the calls now. Canyon Gal 78, would you be on standby for looking up addresses for me and telling me cross streets?
1044 is a 52. Do we know if they've been taken care of or if he's still out there?
Please.
They're 98.
10-4. Also, copy your email for name and ETA, please.
Yeah.
Forced her out of the room when she tried to get away from him. We then received a call from Aiden Lopez saying that she's trying to file a false police report. We then heard a loud noise, and both callers were not talking on the line anymore. I don't know what's going on. Do you have any other units that can be in route with 122?
108 dispatch. I just got this view further up down here.
And now 2035.
I didn't catch the address on that last call, but they're going to a report of a female that's saying somebody made a false report, something like that. Sounds like a domestic. Something complicated. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if folks had cabin fever right now. You know, you get folks locked up, cooped up in a house like that, and the domestics start to happen. So add a little alcohol to the mix. You know, that might be happening tonight. Just saying. As I mentioned earlier, we were at the Craighead County line. We are there now. We are entering Craighead County, which is the Jonesboro region right through here. Excuse me. Canyon Gal 78, do you think I can pass your street, or is it bad? Bad. I'm at Paul's Switch right now.
139, go ahead.
Hello, Green Tea.
2037.
Hope you're doing good tonight. Green Tea is our friend from Northside, North Little Rock. Hello to Green Tea. If we got anybody, if you're from Arkansas and you haven't already, speak out in the chat real quick and let me know where you're from. I'll give you a shout out real quick, you Arkansans that are hiding out in the chat room.
143.
We've got 220 of y'all showing to be in the chat right now, watching the live. Smash the like and tell me where you're from. I'll give you a shout out.
Service 28.
Whew. Oh, Phyllis from Walnut Ridge. Wow, we got a local in there. Cool. Yeah, Cabot. Jim Music's in Cabot tonight. Blaylock's in Austin. Got it. Corey from Pine Bluff. Hello. Hello. And shout out to Missouri Chases. Mo Chases. Yes, I hope to collaborate with them more in the future. Pizza Heath is Redfield. We got a Hot Springs, Madison County, Cherokee Village. Awesome. Bono. Yes, Jonesboro. We're heading your way, Jonesboro. Where we got Fort Smith, baby. Yeah, Fort Smith. I've been waiting on you. Fort Smith. I've been neglecting you a little bit. I apologize. I will be back to the River Valley real soon. Fort Smith, you will see me soon. Yes. And we got Little Rock in the house. That's great. Of course, I'm a Central Arkansan that moved up here to Northeast Arkansas about 2.5 years ago. So it's in my blood to be in the Central region. Hello to all my peeps in Central. Hello, West Memphis. How could we ever forget our friends in West Memphis? The TVI Memorial Mile is a real thing. And I will tell you right now, I coined it. So if anybody ever asks, where did that come from? You can say that the content creator at Natural State coined it, the TVI Memorial Mile in West Memphis on Interstate 40, right there at the base of the bridge. Yes. Lincoln County, hello to you. Lincoln County, that is south on 65, US 65, south of Pine Bluff is Lincoln County, and the great town of Gould, Arkansas there in Lincoln County. I've had the privilege and pleasure of transporting inmates to both the Varner unit as well as the Cummins unit there on US 65 as you go into Lincoln County, Star City, and the park that is just east of Cane Creek State Park. I think I've stayed there. The one that's just east of Star City. Please forgive me if I got that wrong, because I like to be right. Cane Creek, I believe. Am I right? Let me know. Who else? We got Cape Girardeau, Missouri. That's close enough. You're close. I mean, that's our neighbor to the north. And, of course, we've got New Jersey and all the other states. So hello and a big shout out to everybody from the other states and from around the world. We have an international audience, and we have folks from Australia, the UK, Thailand. We have folks from Poland. We have folks from Spain, from Greece. I have seen the analytics. It is phenomenal how many people we have tuning in all across the world, wanting to know what's happening right here in the great state of Arkansas. So hello to you as well. But let me give another shout out real quick. I'd like to give a shout out to the first responders across Arkansas and, of course, across the country right now, because it's not just Arkansas that got hammered. You know, our friends to the south, Louisiana, got hammered. Texas, they got the ice. And, our friends to the east in Tennessee have gotten the ice as well. And also they've got tornado warnings, or they had them going on in the Florida Panhandle and eastern Alabama today as well. So a big shout out to first responders across the nation as they're dealing with this humongous storm system that is affecting numerous states across the country. And our law enforcement officers here in Arkansas, big shout out to them out here working these highways, keeping us safe, getting these folks out of the stranded situations that they're in. These troopers will take the extra mile to get you safe. They always do. So big shout out to any of the lurking Arkansas State troopers that may have tuned in between calls right now because it's slowed down a little bit. Maybe you're watching, maybe you're not. I'd like to think at least one or two of you somewhere in the state, one of you is watching. Big shout out to you. Maybe we'll feature you soon. on Natural State. We hope so. So I am entering the town of Bono now. Bono, Canyon Gal 78. If you put it in the chat, I missed it. Can you tell me if is your road passable?
2043.
Hey, we got Benton, Saline County. Hello to you, Benton, Arkansas, Saline County. Who else we got? Florida. Canyon Gal says yes. Okay, we'll be 1019. So a huge shout out to everybody that responded. Thanks so much for that. Glad to see we have it really, I'm going to tell you something. I love the fact that we have so many people from so many different places. And I love the viewers from across the country and the world, of course. But you are Kansans, too. And we've got all quarters of the state represented tonight. And I just love that. I absolutely love that. And I try my best to show as much as I can from all the different areas. And I know that it is a fair criticism to say that I don't always show things from the north, like Troop I. I know that's true. And I know several of y'all complain that I haven't shown Troop F down there in the southern region of Arkansas, the El Dorado area. I apologize. I get that a lot, actually. The folks that live down in El Dorado in the south, they're really proud about living down there. I'm going to tell you that right now. Can I turn here or no? Okay. I hope I know what the hell I'm doing. I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. Okay, you got to yield. I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. Shit. Wow. That was kind of wild. Beth, did I just totally screw up? Yes, I totally screwed up. Okay, got it. Well, you know what? So be it. Sorry about that.
27 guys.
FSTs, baby. Yeah, you might have been drinking. How much you had to drink tonight, sir? NST, how much have you had to drink? Nothing? Okay. Will you take a series of tests to dispel my belief that you may be intoxicated? Yeah, sure. Get out here and try to walk 9 heel to toes tonight. Find me a level surface that isn't iced over. Oh, the great town of Bono. Hello, Bono. Bono, Arkansas. Hello to you. And Fort Smith, I'll tell you right now, Fort Smith and Van Buren area, you're next on my list for a live. I've been wanting to get over there for the last month, but life happens, you know.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I got some troopers over there in Troop H that
They didn't advise to let me look at previous history.
That we're going to be featuring soon. I've got some requests in for some content. Hopefully they are going to work on that. I don't know when they're going to be in the office again to do that, to be honest with you. I don't know if state offices will be open tomorrow or not. If anybody knows if the state offices in Arkansas will be open tomorrow, would you put it in the chat? They may be on a delayed schedule where they make them come in from like a 2-hour delay. If anybody knows, will you put that in the chat, please? I appreciate it. All right.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
Yes, we are. Blaylock says it's closed. You know, I should have just asked you directly. You would know. So there you have it, folks. I will not be getting content tomorrow. I hate to say that. And I still got a pursuit or two that I could release. I know the other channels have probably released it 2 days ago, but you know, I'm not in any competition to, you know, I'm not in any speed race with the other channels. So I always appreciate it if you've already seen a pursuit, if you'll still click on mine and watch my version of it, I would appreciate it. After this week, we'll be back on full blast again. Okay, the last 2 weeks have been spent traveling and not being very available for getting things out in a timely manner. And I apologize to you diehards out there that love this channel. If you've been wondering why we haven't been putting out a lot of content the last couple of weeks, well, it's because we're kind of tied up. But we won't be tied up after this week. So we'll have us. I don't think we're going to have much of a Pursuit Friday this week, though. So don't be looking forward to much of anything, because ain't no pursuit's going to be happening on this snow like this. But we do have some other good content that's coming. So when the attorneys get back into the office there at the ASP Legal Division, well, hopefully they will get on it and get me some content to show you folks. Like I just told you, we've got some good stuff lined up. I'm not going to tell you all of it, but I will tell you that we've got a commercial DWI involving an 18-wheeler. And, you know, if you folks know anything about being a commercial license holder, that's the worst thing you could ever do, is to catch a DWI or a DUI as a commercial license holder. That's probably the worst thing you could ever do. You can kiss that career goodbye. So thank you, Sharon. She says, James, you were always the best. I try, Sharon. I truly do. I really do. And I love it when I'm a little OCD about some of the videos I put out. I'll be the first to tell you, I don't win any speed competition. You might, like I said, you might see it on another channel 2 hours or 2 days before you saw it on mine. But I promise you, if I put it out, I put lots of love into it. And I think my editing shows that. I'm not trying to brag. I'll just tell you, I edit videos differently than other channels. So you may see it on another channel, but you haven't seen my version of it, because I edit it completely different a lot of times. Especially when there's multiple camera angles. You know, if it's just one view, well, then you can only do so much with that. But I'm talking about when there's 3 or 4 camera angles going on, 3 or 4 different troopers. That's my favorite kind of pursuit to do, and I have a lot of different camera footage to show you. And remember, folks, what have I been saying on the local editions? I do not use AI. I refuse to use AI. I am old school enough, just enough to not, I will not use it. I'm not going to do that. I refuse. Not happening. If I can't figure it out with my brain, then it ain't going to be shown. Hello, you. You gonna come wave to the camera? There's Canyon Gal 78, Beth.
Like Kenny from South Park.
You're Kenny from South Park.
Yeah.
Oh, it is cold. It kind of feels good right now because I'm kind of hot. So
Well, yeah, you got your coffee, you got your warm Phoenix, so
right.
good. You just gonna ride around Jonesboro a little bit?
We're gonna get into Jonesboro and just do the loop and see if we hear anything. I don't know what parking lots I can sit in, because I don't know what's been plowed.
I don't know that anything's really been plowed. The problem. I mean, I really don't know. I haven't heard. So
Okay, well, we're gonna try. We're gonna go and see.
yeah, totally. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna come back around here. Yeah, you be careful, and just I'll set up and help you with cross streets and stuff, just in case you get some calls and everything.
Okay, look what I did right here. You like this? I took a. You know what this is?
What is it?
Okay, so what I'm trying to show Beth right now is my setup here for the laptop. I've got it in the passenger seat, but I've got it raised here, and then I have a
box.
Yeah, it is a box.
Yeah.
You want to know what it is?
What is it?
It's that queen-sized air mattress that I never took out of the box. It's perfect because it's heavy. It's heavy, so I can put the laptop on top of this box, and the box doesn't slide around everywhere.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, it is.
That's brilliant.
I love it. Look how that works.
Yeah, it's great.
It's actually pretty convenient.
That's
Like I
very
can
good.
actually see the comments while I'm finagling things here.
I'll see. Hey, everybody. I can see hey Beth on there.
Yelling,
Y'all,
dispatch, PTOS uncertainty 7 meters.
Okay. Well, you go. Be careful.
Hang on a minute. Give me just a
Hang on,
minute.
255.
Where's my phone? Why would you? Where's my phone? Oh, right there.
Dispatch 151.
At least it's not snowing anymore. And we fared a lot better,
Dispatch to
unfortunately, than some
151.
people. Mama, okay.
Can you be in route with 148 to 904 Belt Street? Yeah, 2056.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back with you.
repeating 112 Highway 63B, apartment 3, for domestic disturbance in progress.
I don't know.
Is that here?
I don't know.
Caller advised he received a call from his sister in reference to her boyfriend being irate and making threats. Arrived on scene to the mill yelling at her and is refusing to leave. There's a red Lincoln in the driveway. No weapons. Subject's possibly under the influence. They did advise there's a dog on scene that could possibly be aggressive.
That's the sheriff, though. It's Craighead. That's not Jonesboro. So wherever that 63B
Oh, is that
is.
Craighead?
So that's why I'm.
63B runs from.
I've already got Bono in route as well.
all the way
Oh, they've got
down to the
Bono en
block.
route as well. Well, come
Okay,
here.
babe. I love you. Be
All right,
careful.
bye.
Up
See ya.
there. Okay.
All right, folks, we're going to go to a domestic down the street here on 63B in Bono. They just. Oh, okay, yeah. We're actually probably closer than the sheriff right now. So we're going to go down here to 63B. I don't typically like to go on these kind of calls because you never know what might happen. And I don't want to get in the middle of all of that, if that makes sense, but we might be able to film from a distance. So we're going to go down here to 63B here in Bono, which is where we are located. We are just down the street. I didn't catch the numerics there.
NST is responding to Bono call for public service with the caller again seems to be escalating.
Okay, the situation is escalating at the call in Bono. If somebody would be so kind as to rewind about a minute and tell me the numbers on US 63B when that call went out, I would appreciate it if you'll put it in the chat. I didn't catch it. There's not a lot of residential on 63B, so I kind of know where to go, I think. We'll see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was down here or down there. Good night, Wisdom. Get back up later. Come back in here later. Okay, I'm on 63B right now, Bono, where this disturbance just went out, but I don't know if it's down here or if it's up there. So we're going to go down here first. If it ain't down here, guess what? We're going over there. If that ain't Arkansas, I don't know what is. Thank you. 112. What do we got there? 112, 63B. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm there or not. I can't tell. Where am I at? I can't tell if I'm at 112 or if it's the other end. It might be the other end. Oh, I can't tell. There's no numbers. Ah, man, y'all suck in Bono with having your numbers. You should really have your addresses easier for people to see, man. I know everybody here knows everybody, but come on, how am I supposed to know? Well, I am going the wrong way. There is no doubt about that. So this is not going to work out. There's nowhere for me to make a U-turn, of course. Oh, come on, go, go. Go, go, go. My Might take a minute to do this, but we will eventually get this rig turned around and we will go the other way. Goodness gracious.
Copy. Just be advised, we're still public service and it seems to be getting aggressive.
Oh, it's getting aggressive. 112 63B. Let's see if we can find that. I thought it might be these apartments on the right here. And that's why I came down here. But I don't see anything happening there. There are some apartments here on the left. I don't see anybody standing outside. Nobody's yelling. Nobody's screaming. I don't see any activity happening. So I'm going to think that the other part of 63B is past this light. There's some other apartments down that way. I don't see anybody over here as well. Canyon Gal 78, can you Google 112 US 63B Bono and tell me if it's close to Maverick, please? If you have your laptop up. Let's see if it's on this stretch down through here. I bet it is. Let me get that focus. Let me get that focus for you there. Okay, I've got Bono PD right here. They're on scene. I've got a car with one headlight with its flashers on. Bono PD's on scene right here on the left. Looks like everything looks 10-4 to me. Doesn't look like anyone's being violent or anything. It just looks like the officer's having a conversation with somebody outside. I will spin around and try to, there's nowhere for me to park to zoom in on this one. So guys, you'll just have to take my word. There's nowhere for me to really park so I can show you that. And that, you know, a domestic isn't exactly something I like to show off anyway. You know, let's go to, why don't we do this? Why don't we just go to Jonesboro? I'm already on the main road. We'll go down here to Jonesboro and we'll continue to monitor the radio and see if we can find you something else to look at. Tall Runner 90 or 50 mentions that apparently an ASP trooper was terminated for pitting the wrong vehicle. That is correct. That is correct. And that would be former trooper Joshua Fitzgerald, who was Adam 39. And, well, yeah, he got terminated. And it is my understanding that he made a traffic stop on a vehicle that reeked of marijuana. And then he tried to have the driver step out, and that driver decided to take off. So a pursuit ensued, and long story short, the trooper got the vehicles mixed up, and there was another white SUV that was passing around the same time, and he got the vehicles mixed up, and he performed a TVI on the wrong vehicle. And thanks to some investigative research that was done by a channel that we are friendly with, is Snarky Media Group. He's an investigative journalist, and he did some digging on that deal, and it turns out that the driver and the passenger of the wrongly TVI'd vehicle were donors. They were donors to the Arkansas State Police Foundation. They had a donor sticker on their back window. So a trooper pitted somebody that was a donor to the Arkansas State Police Foundation. I cannot stress enough how bad that is. And as expected, the trooper was promptly fired. I wonder why. And Blaylock said it was a total foul up. Blaylock, you're being generous. You're being generous, Blaylock. That's not the F word that I would have used, but certainly that is a family-friendly word, foul. I'll go for that. Like we're playing softball. Yeah, it was a foul. Oh, it was a foul with an ejection. And you know what? I'm going to say this. I don't want it to sound like I'm laughing and gleeful about this, because I'm not. I don't want anybody to lose their career, man. I'm not into that. I'm not in, people need jobs. But at the same time, listen to me when I say this. Some of y'all may argue the point, but I promise you this is the truth. These troopers are to be held to a higher standard in Arkansas anyway. And I'm not trying to say that you don't have some great, fantastic folks that work for the county and for the city. You do. I know. I have a dear friend of mine who is a 20-year veteran with the Little Rock Police Department, and though he's not a trooper, he's squared away in everything he does. So I don't want it to sound like that you can't work for a city or county agency and be a real 10-8 person, real good dude or good gal rather, but. Nonetheless, I'm going to tell you something. State troopers are held to that higher standard. And, yeah, that guy completely screwed the pooch. And he got what he had coming to him, man, because that's unacceptable. Period, point blank, end of subject. That is unacceptable. And, they did not terminate Senior Corporal Rodney Dunn when that happened a couple of years ago when he TBI'd a vehicle on US 67 up there in Jacksonville. They let him work out his remaining year and a half before he retired. Okay, a lot of years in with the state police. And I knew Rodney Dunn, and I will tell you something about Rodney Dunn. I worked with him, and I have nothing but good things to say about Rodney Dunn. And I also will be the first to tell you things happen. People make mistakes. I'm not going to defend Rodney Dunn or that incident that happened, because I think that was terrible too. But this other trooper was less than a year on. He was in his probationary period. Rodney Dunn was a senior corporal. He had 25 years at least invested by that point, more like 30. So I know some people would argue the point that there's no difference. He screwed up too, but at least he got to keep his retirement. And I truly am sorry that happened. Just on a personal note, because I know Rodney Dunn. And you don't know him. I know him. We worked together for a couple of years. And there truly is a human side to this law enforcement thing that a lot of folks don't understand. That's one of the reasons why we do this channel, is to show off what our first responders are going through. Some of y'all have no idea. You think you know, but you really don't. I'll just leave it at that. But the other trooper, he screwed the pooch. He TBI'd a vehicle that was a donor of the Arkansas State Police Foundation. I wonder if they will continue to be donors. We ought to vote on that. All right. So we've made it to Jonesboro. There's one lane open here on 555. I've got an 18-wheeler that has decided that he wants to get all up on my butt right now, which I don't really appreciate that very much. But we are currently cruising at 55 miles an hour here, trying to be safe. It doesn't seem like that's fast enough for this guy. I probably will exit on the next exit. But again, we are in Jonesboro now, and we're going to cruise around and monitor the radio. I had it set on Craighead. I'm going to take it to scan mode so we can, or we're missing calls here. Let me put that back on scan mode. There we go. I just want to say one thing about Rodney Dunn, and I'm going to be done talking about it. But Rodney Dunn was one of the coolest troopers I knew, and I was so disappointed in how that all went down. His actions, of course, is what I'm talking about, but I still, hang on.
1911 West Parker Road. Difficulty breathing. Respond on fire, ground 1.
We're putting out a rescue called 1911 Parker Road for respiratory. We're not going to that. But anyway, just to say what I'm going to say about Rodney Dunn is I've had many conversations with him over the time I worked with him. And I think that some folks are capable of making mistakes, but that doesn't mean that they're also inherently evil people. And, he got vilified there as being some kind of horrible, horrible man. And I just disagree with that. I don't think he's a horrible man at all. And I bet you
Responding to 1911 West Parker.
the truth of the matter is, I bet you money. I would bet money that if Rodney Dunn had it to do all over again, he would have rethink that whole thing. I promise you. Or at least the Rodney I knew would have. Anyway, he's retired. So let him be retired. Let him be retired. And the other trooper that screwed up and TBI'd a vehicle without knowing, that was a rookie mistake, and unfortunately he paid the price. And the state police will go on. That's how that goes. So we're going to exit the interstate here at Southwest Drive, and we are going to cruise around Jonesboro. Hello, Bo Coffee. I see you. Hey, Bo Coffee, I got several. I kept you in mind. Do you want to know why? Why would James keep Bo Coffee in mind? How about I pulled videos for K40 and K41 in Hot Spring, and if they're on their way, that's Kemp Smith and Seth Smedley. K40 in the red car, and Kemp Smith's in a marked unit. So you're about to have a a whole bunch of Hot Spring County for the traffic series. And I thought about you when I was doing it. And I'm talking like 8 or 10 interactions too. So it's not just 1 or 2. I doubled down and got a bunch out of Hot Spring County just for you, Bo, and others, of course, but just for you. We are at Culver House and Southwest Drive here in Jonesboro. We are just going to cruise around. We've got all the radio channels on right now. Currently monitoring Jonesboro Police and Fire. We're also monitoring ASP Troop C. We're listening to Craighead County Sheriff as well. Anything that pops off, I'll let you know if you don't hear it yourself. I know that the radio traffic is sometimes hard to hear from the scanner to your end of things, so I try to summarize what I hear just in case you missed it. There's not a lot of people out. I saw some people trying to cross the interstate a minute ago. I didn't mention it, but there was a group of kids that were in the median between the eastbound and westbound lanes of I-555, but there's very little traffic. I don't think they were doing anything bad. I think they were just crossing the interstate there. Let's go look at the pretty downtown section tonight. I bet it looks cool with the snow. Past Jonesboro High School right now. We're going to keep on going down here towards Main Street. And we're going to go through the downtown section of Jonesboro. I will tell y'all also that I did request for, you know, there is a method to the madness about how I request videos, but I don't want to go too far into specifics because it's kind of like my deal, you know what I mean? But I want to say though that this time around I requested videos from all the ASP troops this time instead of just focusing on a couple at a time. You know, when I do my requests, sometimes I just do 2 or 3 different troops and I get a bunch of videos from those areas. This time I did it a little differently. I got videos coming from all the ASP troops. So, and there were some, I had a NST viewer who y'all are familiar with. Some of y'all are. Certainly somebody that comments on a lot of the videos. Not usually in the live chats, but definitely comments on a lot of the videos. And he sent me an email and he said, James, I've been keeping up with the videos you've been releasing, and these are my thoughts for every troop in Arkansas. And he gave me a whole list of different troopers that he wanted to request me to show and gave his rationale as to why. And I wrote him back and, you know, I offered my feedback on that as well. And I kept that in mind when I was making my requests.
Speed bumps ahead.
So we will have a lot of different troopers that you have not ever seen before. And you're going to have some of the classics, some of the classic troopers that you've grown to love on this channel. You're going to see some of them again. So it's going to be a nice medley of new and old and probationary troopers all the way to senior corporals. So, and sergeants. and a lieutenant, and I think one captain. But I'm not going to tell you which one. Downtown Jonesboro, ladies and gentlemen. Look how that looks. Look at this. It looks so pretty down here with those string lights across the area here. Look at that. In the snow. Doesn't that look great? I really have always liked the little area down here, downtown Jonesboro. I always have liked it. So you've got a nice, there's nobody walking down through here tonight, unfortunately, because it is really cold. It's currently 16 degrees here in the downtown stretch of Jonesboro. I like Blytheville. I like the Greyhound bus station in Blytheville that is now, I think, the Chamber of Commerce building that they did with it or something. I don't know. But I've always loved that. I love that building. It's great. Well, I tell you what, this makes me want to stop and go into Skinny J's real quick. Skinny J's here in Jonesboro. Looks like it's open. Skinny J's is right here on the left where that Jeep is. Let's see if they're open. Are they open? Can't tell if they're open or they're not. I don't think they are. Guess they're not. Go in there and get me a bite. I'm not that hungry, though, to be quite honest with you. I ate earlier because I knew I was probably going to get out here and do this live stream, so I didn't want to be sitting in this car hungry. Okay, well, we are going to mosey our way down Johnson Avenue here to Red Wolf, and then I'll post up in a parking lot, and we'll just continue to monitor the radio traffic here. Though the radio traffic has been light. There is an ambulance in front of me with its lights going, and I don't know if that was responding to that respiratory call on West Parker or if they're going to something else I missed. I'm too far away to chase it, though. It's about a half a mile up here. And plus, I just got caught by a red light, so we're not going to be chasing that ambulance anyway. And the radio's pretty quiet tonight. I actually kind of thought we would be hearing more calls. You know, again, just because the roads are the way they are right now doesn't mean there's not stuff to go and see, because, you know, as I mentioned earlier, cabin fever is a thing. And if you add a little alcohol to cabin fever, sometimes you get domestics, and it happens. So I just imagine that we would have heard more by now. We really haven't. Well, that's all right, though. Jonesboro is a pretty cool place to cruise around, so we'll just do that. I'm on Johnson right now. I'm coming up on the Arkansas State University campus here. It's going to be on your right side of your screen when we get up here to the light. Arkansas State University is the second largest collegiate institution in Arkansas. Of course, the U of A, the flagship school is the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And then the second largest school in Arkansas, collegiate institution, is Arkansas State University, right here on your right. Canyon Gal 78 is a proud graduate of A-State. Go Red Wolves.
Amen. Sierra to 3700 Chrissy Lake Drive, Billing Eyes and Ida, apartment 5. Repeating 3700 Chrissy Lake, apartment I5 in reference to an assist. Caller is going to be in a gold Nissan in front of his apartment building, and he's very stuck in snow and requesting help.
Somebody stuck in the snow. They called the cops for help. We're not going to that. And I got to stop by this Maverick real quick for just a second.
Showing you around 2129.
Okay, well, we are at Maverick here on
On scene. Have an ambulance come down to Kimberly.
Copy, squad 3 on scene, 2130.
All right, we are here at Maverick on East Johnson here, and I'm going to step in here for just a minute. I'll be right back. Leave the car running, but I'm not going to, I'll lock it, of course, but I'm going to leave the car running. Let me get my... jacket real quick. Be right back, guys. Just hang out for just a minute. Okay, where are my keys? Put them in here. My damn keys. Oh, there we go.
Parker Command Switch.
Good.
Command's terminated. Engine 5's in service.
Union 5 in service, 2132.
Dispatch.
But
You show me back 10:10 till 4 and then 5:23:11.
Woo! Well, welcome back, James, and get welcomed back by Pamela. Well, I'm only getting small segments of this live. So everyone stay safe and blessed. Please tap the like, James. Thank you. You always go above and beyond for your NST family. Much respect. Thank you, Pamela, for that. I see some of your comments about taser. Did we hear a taser happen while I was in the store? Somebody get zapped? Yo. Little Rock 2517, yo.
134 dispatch.
Oh, up there. Okay.
guys,
Wait, come on.
David asked me if I'm in the Mitsubishi tonight. Yes, I am. I'm totally in the Mitsubishi tonight. There is no way I would take Ted out here tonight, which is, I have two vehicles that I use on live streams, and Ted is my 2001 Mercury Grand Marquis. I would not even try to drive Ted tonight on this. Now, on the main streets that have already been snow plowed, and we're, again, the weather tapered off here in the Northeast about 1 to 1:30 this afternoon. That was the last of the sleet. And so now we're no longer experiencing accumulation. So the crews that have come through the streets now and plowed them, well, they're pretty well passable. Like the main streets, but I sure wouldn't try to get out here on any of the side roads or the county roads. Oh, you didn't have to do that, but okay. That's nice of you. There goes an Uber. He's in a Dodge or a Ram, or I'm sorry, a Toyota Tacoma pickup. He's got the Uber light on his dash. That vehicle in front of us is an Uber, so he's out and about tonight, probably making pretty good money since he's got a vehicle that's capable of driving in some of this stuff. Hey, Roger McGowan. It is 4:39 a.m. in Europe right now where he's at. I believe, if I know my flags correctly, that would be Switzerland. I hope that I got that right. If I didn't, I am ignorant. I apologize. Let me know. Hopefully I got that right. I know some of the flags. I don't know them all. We are... I don't want to go up to the hilltop. Let's go down this way. We'll go back towards kind of the center of town in case they get a call. Hey, he said I'm right. See, all right. Thank you. Good. I thought I knew that. Our friends in Switzerland. I like to tell this is not a political jab, and if you take it as such, then I can't really, anyway, I'm just going to say this. I can't speak for other Americans. This American here, though, driving this vehicle called James, the channel content creator here for Natural State Transparency, this guy, James, would tell you that I welcome all folks to come to the channel all across the globe. And I'm sorry that world events right now are the way that they are. I'm just sorry that that is the way that it is right now. And my hope is that the international audience that we do have that tunes in to see what's happening right here in Arkansas will maybe get a better picture of what's really happening here. Again, they're not trying to make this political. If you take it that way, then so be it. I can't force you. I'm not going to tell you how to think. You can think however you want to think. I have some thoughts, but again, we're not making it political. I just want to say, though, that we do welcome our viewers from across the globe, and we hope that you see a different side that maybe is a little more recognizable than what is currently being shown. And we'll leave it at that. We're glad you're here, in other words. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. It doesn't get any more authentic than this. All right, so we are on Red Wolf Boulevard. So we just passed the A-State campus. We drove all around it. Now we're kind of on the commercial drag. I call this like the commercial section of town. Businesses, retail establishments, grocery stores, restaurants, gas stations, etc. That's where we're at right now, Red Wolf Boulevard. And I'm going to post up here and read some of your comments. And we will probably do a giveaway. Ooh, did James say a giveaway? I sure did. Yes, I did. I can't stop. There we go. I didn't run that. So yeah, James I'll do a giveaway here in the next 10 minutes or so. We'll do a giveaway. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, I've got some Natural State Transparency merchandise.
Service 2143.
I'm actually wearing the sweatshirt tonight, the NST Trooper Bird NST sweatshirt. tonight. All right. Well, this is just about where I wanted to be, right in this little area right here. So let's just kind of slow roll and look around a little bit and monitor this radio and see if there's something we can go look at. $18 degrees here in Jonesboro. That is Centennial Bank. Centennial Bank is an Arkansas bank located in Conway. It's ran by Johnny Allison. And they acquired some banks in Florida, and I think they've got some in Tennessee now, but I definitely know the Florida. It's an Arkansas bank, Centennial Bank. It used to be, some of y'all old Arkansans would know it as Twin City Bank before they changed their name to Centennial Bank.
Are you not advised that this call was canceled per OIC?
10-4. Just didn't read that I was back 10-8, so much 94 and then 10-8.
10-4?
I was looking at some of your comments. Somebody wrote 351 is still kind of bad. That's up there near Paragould, Arkansas 351. Just looking to see. Missed a couple of your comments. Corey Hudson asks, who wrote the theme song for NST? That would be Jasper Williams. And that's a whole long story. If you want me to tell it, I'm happy to. So the theme song, hang on a minute, guys. Just give me 1 second. Hang on. I'll work on that on my end. Where could I safely pull over for a minute? Has that been plowed right there? Yes, it has, but I can't turn right there. Oh, let's see if I can turn in here. I can turn right in here. There you go. So we'll post up here for a minute. I'll be right back with y'all. I got to handle something on my end. Just take me a second. Here's the intersection of Race and Red Wolf. Give me just a second to work this out real quick.
Dispatch.
Yeah.
No,
No, I don't. That's not it.
Yeah, that's the A110.
I'm still in the car. I'm not.
10-4.
I haven't stepped out. I just have to do some pecking on my phone, and I don't want to do that while I'm driving. Trying to be a little bit safer about that. See if I can. Why didn't this give me the option to share it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. My bad. Now, Jasper Williams. Jasper Williams is the guy that you hear, the artist who you hear on the Arkansas State Police Traffic Series. And that is a whole story all into its own. But I'm in a storytelling mode because I've had plenty of coffee. So there's that. So I've met Jasper as far back as, 2011. He was a mutual friend of a friend of mine. So I met, he was a friend of a friend. Okay. That's basically how I met Jasper. And, well, he was talented. What can I say? I liked his music. He was about 7 years younger than me. So he was a little younger. So I liked talking to him because he had some cool perspectives, seeing as how he was a little younger than I was. And I try to listen, I try to have friends of all ages. Okay. Cause, that's just the way I always have been. So anyway, Jasper and I became good friends, and come 2013, he actually performed the song you hear on the channel on my back porch. He sang it. Like he didn't have his DJ equipment that he was using at the time, but he sang that song. He sang the lyrics on my back porch. And at the time, at the house I was living at in Little Rock, we had a big ass back porch, out and listen to good music and just, that kind of stuff, just like what most people do in their off time, And yeah, it was a whole thing. He was in a band for my 30, how old was I? I guess my 33rd birthday. It's like 2013 or my 34th birthday. I think for 34 or 33. It was like my 33rd birthday. I think it was 33. We had my birthday party that year was fantastic. I haven't had one that big ever since, but I had about 50 people over at a rooftop in downtown Little Rock, an undisclosed location. I'll just leave it at that. It was an undisclosed location, rooftop. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you're not ever going to know, I guess. But anyway, yeah, so it was a rooftop in downtown Little Rock. Had about 50 people there. And Jasper and two other musicians DJ'd. They had an apartment, and they opened up their apartment, ran some extension cords. They had all their DJ equipment, their speakers, and we had us a merry old time that night. Man, that was the best birthday party I've ever had. Memorable. Jasper was a part of that. And so, yeah, fast forward, right? Let's fast forward now to 2023. I knew about this song because he released the song in 2013 on SoundCloud. And, he passed away in 2023. But Jasper gave me permission to use it on the channel when I asked him about it in 2022. And so basically, that's how we got our start. was using that song. It was about 2022, I guess, when I started doing that on the channel. And anyway, long story short, I featured it now for, I don't know, approximately 1,800 traffic series videos. You know, I've used it for some of the Little Rock stuff early on, but I don't do it now. The thing is, I want to distinguish the song. When I was early, first of all, this channel's a hobby. Okay, I didn't do this to make money. Okay, this channel was just a hobby for me, and so I've had to learn how to be a live streamer, and I've had to learn how to edit and produce videos. It's been fun, I will say that, but I certainly had to learn it all. And long story short, I started using that song of his as like a theme song, you know, and I'm glad that I did. I don't have any regrets. I know some people can't stand the song. They talk about in the comments a lot. They're kind of ugly about it. Some folks are, but that song honors my friend. It's my friend that died. He died in 2023 of some very unfortunate circumstances.
Service 2156.
And I don't know. I just keep playing it because I just think that I should, and I'm not changing it, and I really don't care who doesn't like it. I'm kind of to the place in my life right now that, I kind of look at it like this. If you don't like that song, you don't have to listen to it. That's what the mute button was invented for. You can skip the first 2 minutes of the intro, or you don't have to watch this channel at all. If it offends you that much, go elsewhere. That's all I'm going to tell you. But it was a local Arkansan. He was a dear friend of mine. He died. I play that song to honor his memory, and I really don't care what the opinions are about the song, because some people, they really think it really hurts me when they talk about, well, you would have more views on your channel if you didn't play that song. Yeah, maybe. You're right. Maybe. But my response to that is, why do you care? I mean, if we're going to be honest about it, you're right. I probably would have more views. I would probably have more engagement. But you know what? What did I just tell you 5 seconds ago? I didn't do this channel to make money. I did this channel as a hobby. And I'll be damned if I'm going to compromise my principles for that. I'm not going to. I'm going to put that back on the viewer. And I'm sorry if that offends you. I don't mean to be ugly. I'm not trying to be ugly. I would love for you to stick around and watch more of my videos and be a part of this channel. But if that song offends you so much that you can't be a part of this channel, then go elsewhere. That's my response, because I'm not changing it because my friend mattered to me, and I'm going to honor his legacy through his music on my channel. So the Arkansas State Police Traffic Series is represented by Jasper Williams. It's Just a Bad Dream. If you want to get a copy of that song, you can go to SoundCloud and download it for free. It doesn't cost a thing. It is not available on iTunes, where you can download it to like a iPod or something like that. You can go to SoundCloud and listen to it. And I'm sorry, again, if that offends you. If that song is so offensive that you feel like you can't stand life because you heard that song, well, then you might need to go elsewhere. Don't let me stop you. Well, let me stop you. You just go right on with yourself. And, my friend died of an overdose. Okay? Straight up. He was, if you've listened to that song, some of y'all have, I'm not going to say the ones in the chat, because a lot of you long timers, you kind of know the deal. So I'm really not even talking to you. I'm talking to the viewer that has never watched this channel before, and then they hear that song, and the first comment out of their mouth is how obnoxious the song is, or how awful it is, or anything like that. Which this is the point that's being missed. He was singing his reality about his situation. When he said he had a jackal inside of his brain, he was talking about addiction. And it's a motherfucker. Just keeping it real, okay? Addiction is awful. Excuse my language, and I know I've probably offended some Christians out there, but you know what? I'm going to keep it real for a minute. So if you've got a problem with the little cussing, turn me off right now, because I'm on a soapbox right now about Jasper. Jasper suffered from an addiction. And you know what? Some of my other friends suffered from addictions. And you want to know something else? The pharmaceutical companies out here, they don't give a damn about you. They didn't give a damn about my mother and everyone else out here. They got all these people out here hooked on crap from as far back as the 90s. How many people have we lost in the chat right now? If you're in the chat and you've lost a friend to a opioid addiction, please put that in the comments. Because the truth is, it has affected many people. And I'm not going to sit here on this channel and pretend like that crap isn't happening even in 2026. It's devastated an entire generation of men and women. I've seen people, I was a jailer. I've seen people that could have been productive citizens that got hooked on that crap, and it took them down the ringer, and they are now dead. So you know what? For the ones that have a problem with Jasper singing his truth, go somewhere else, because I don't want to hear about it. I do not. I will never change that song. I don't give a crap about how many viewers I hemorrhage or lose, or views, or likes or clicks. I don't care. He was singing his truth. And that's that. Now I'm off my soapbox. It is deeply personal to me. I wish I had my friend today to discuss this with, and I don't. And I am really sorry that some folks in our society want to vilify you because they think you have an addiction that you are less than. I'm here to tell you right now, it's a medical issue. It should be treated accordingly. And we should do way more in the regards of mental health and substance abuse than we do currently. Way more. Yeah, Canyon Gal 78 says that it's your channel. He was your friend, and you truly know you owe no explanations. And the truth is, I don't. You're right, I don't. But I take some things personal, and that is one of those things. That song on my channel is personal to me. And I do get disheartened when I see commenters that are disrespectful with their comments about that song. Some people just don't get it. You know, there's a difference between you watch my channel one time, you heard that song and it made your ears bleed and you couldn't stand it, and you leave a little rude comment. Fine, okay, whatever. But, you know, there are some people out there that, you know, I've read some comments where they'll say that they've been watching this channel for a year, and I just recently read this comment. They talk about the channel creator gets real sensitive about that song. Well, yeah, I do. I absolutely do. That's fair. I totally do. So no, we're not changing it. And that's the end of that. All right, let's get off that topic because I feel like we're rambling about that. And that's not really what I want to do right now. We've got the radio turned up. again now that I'm off my soapbox. And we will continue to monitor here. They're not putting out a lot of calls. Well, I'm going to tell you something. That song is it's honest. You don't have to like it. You know, I don't like mustard. Okay, I always like to use that example. Just because you like mustard on your hot dog means nothing to me. I don't like mustard, so I don't want mustard on my hot dog. And I mean, that's about as ridiculous as you telling me that I should turn the song off and never use it on my channel. I don't care that you don't like it. I mean, I'm not a huge country fan. If you want to know the honest truth, let's reveal that. I don't necessarily, there's some old country I like. I'm not going to lie. I like some old country. I like some old stuff, but I'm not into new country. I'm not. But that doesn't make me less than a human, you know? I don't like mustard on my hot dog. What's wrong with me? You're one of those. You don't like mustard, you know? So it's not a big gotcha because you don't like Jasper. I don't care if you like him or you don't. Just respect the truth that comes out of the music. That's all I'm saying. I don't care that you like him. Just respect the truth. That was his truth. He was burdened. He had a jackal inside of his brain. He was burdened. And it cost him dearly. Rest in peace, my friend. Jasper, I know you're looking down on me right now. You rest in peace, bud. I'm keeping your memory alive right now. For everybody to hear right now, declaring it to the world, I'm keeping Jasper Williams alive through his music. Rest in peace, my friend. And to all the other folks that have suffered from their jackals inside of their brains, their addictions, y'all rest in peace too. All right. That kind of got deep. What are we going to do? Just keep doing circles and wait for calls? Ooh, Buffalo Wild Wings is open. Maybe we go over here and get us a beer. Hey, Beth, remember when we went here once? The Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah. Man, I tell you what, Craighead County, it is expensive. If you think you're going to come here and drink, man, there's like a 20% tax on alcohol in this county. It just really makes it ridiculous. 2 beers will set you back $50, seems like. It must be why all the cars out here are all new, because I guess these folks can afford that kind of tax. I can't afford the Craighead County liquor tax. I can't afford it. It's just too much. It costs too much. So, Buffalo Wild Wings, I will probably never return to your establishment. What did we get there, Beth? Wasn't it like there was like a sampler. It was like the chips and I think a couple of cheese sticks and something else. It was like $20. It was like stupid. It was like ridiculous. All right. Well, this Walmart's closed and the Walmart neighborhood market here. They usually stay open till 11, but
request from until ETA 35 minutes.
they closed early. There's nobody
Are
here.
you remaining on scene with him?
Very well. I'm just going to go get 10 in. If you need me somewhere else, I'll advise them of that and then come back and check on them.
10-4.
Oh. You probably use ketchup like my wife. That was the in reference to the mustard comment. You know what? I'm not a big ketchup person, but I will tell you what I do love. I will tell you there is a sauce that I love. I will tell you. I am a barbecue sauce aficionado. I love barbecue sauce. I love to try all types of barbecue sauce. Now, granted, it is based in it's a tomato-based product, yes, but ketchup's okay. I'm just not crazy about it. I like some. I can't lie and tell you I don't like ketchup on my hot dog. I do, if that's the only option. But if I had a choice of ketchup or barbecue sauce, I would definitely go for the barbecue sauce. Can't even lie. I like it on my burgers. I like it on my hot dogs. I like it on my meat, pork, whatever. Let's turn in here and see what's happening at Target tonight. They're all closed up, I'm sure. It's kind of late. Let's see if they plowed this at all. Yeah, they have a little bit. That's good. So I like, and yeah, you are correct. Slow night for Leo, I guess. Yes, that is correct. WA Row Arc 1. It is a slow night for the Leos. And I'm actually kind of surprised about that, because I really kind of thought that we would be hearing more stuff, and we're just not. So that's it. I mean, I'm not going to jinx it. That's actually a good thing. That's a good thing that we're not hearing a bunch of stuff. Let people be in peace for a while and chill, you know? It's all this hostility right now. It's just chill out. It's nice that we're not hearing a lot of fights and violence. It's actually a good thing. You know, maybe people can take advantage of the snow situation to remember what's important about life. And certainly one of those things that I like to talk about is that, you know, we spend a lot of time working.
Convoy dispatch.
Go ahead.
Show me 10 till 4, then 506 please.
Copy.
We spend a lot of time working, and you know, it seems like for some that's all they do is work, and they don't hardly have any time to themselves. Maybe this snow will provide some folks some much needed relief where they can have an extra day off. All right. Well, we are in the Dillard's parking lot over here, and they're the old mall that used to be here before it got hit by a tornado, took out. Dillard's is all closed up tonight. Nothing happening there. Dillard's is an Arkansas company, by the way. Walmart is an Arkansas company. Dillard's is an Arkansas company. Let's see if I can turn in here. I bet I can. Oh, yeah. Go Phoenix. I'm not going to get stuck in here, am I? Nope. No, we're not getting stuck at all. Good. So I got asked if I've got the ASP wrong car video. I have my request in. They released that video already to Channel 4 News out of Little Rock. It's KRK4, I think, did a snippet of it. My request is in. Keep in mind, again, we're under some extreme snow situations right now. Blaylock is a state employee. He advised that they will be closed tomorrow, so it ain't coming tomorrow. If I can get my hands on it, the earliest day will be Tuesday if they're back in. So they should hopefully give it to me. And yeah, I'm going to release it. Natural State Transparency. I speak the troopers' praises a lot, but at the same time, that was that is just one of those deals. It sucks, but yeah, we'll be featuring that video. Yeah, for sure. I think if you want to watch it right now, you can go to Snarky Media Group. If you will go to YouTube or Facebook and type in Snarky Media, that's Russ Raycop out of Little Rock. He's an investigative journalist, and I believe he has released that video, or at least he has released a story on it nonetheless. I'm going to release that video, and it will probably be on Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on when the state gives me the video. Wow, it is really, really, wow. Man, it must have sleeted down here a lot worse than it did in Walnut Ridge, because this layer of sleet is on top of this snow, and the snow is, wow. I hadn't gotten out and stepped on it yet. Yeah, where's my phone? Oh, all right. Come on, Jonesboro. The night I decide to go live, ain't nothing happening. Half Pint. I hadn't seen you in the chat in a while. Glad to see you back. And I know I was just joking about them being boarded up. They're not. They're closed. The Dillards, well, I'm sorry. You know, there is something here that's closing down, though. The J.C. Penney's here in Jonesboro is closing down. They announced that at Christmas time. Ought to drive by there real quick. We just did. We'll drive by there again. We said we were going to do a giveaway. Why don't we do that? So we'll do us a giveaway here in just a minute. So the giveaway is going to be one NST sweatshirt of your size. These are unisex, so plan accordingly. These are unisex sizes, so male or female. And I have them in, I think I didn't do small. I think I did medium, large, extra large, 2X. I think I've got a 3 and a 4X. I got a couple of those left. So anyway, if you're the winner of the contest, the rules are very simple. You'll just email me at the end. I'll tell you where to email me. You just email me, tell me you're the winner. Tell me your username if I don't know you. I know a lot of y'all, but I don't know all of you. So if you win, you got to let me know who you are. And I need your mailing address so I can get that mailed to you. And, of course, considering that we just had a big old snowstorm here, it might take an extra day or two to get to you. So let's keep that in mind as well. So we're going to go up here. I don't know when this Penny's is going to be closed all the way out. I don't know if they might already be closed. Let's go look. I think they're still open, though. Well, let's see here. Let's see. I mean, I don't know if they're open or not. They might be closed already. I haven't been to Jonesboro in a couple of weeks, so we might have to come back by here the next day or two. Anyway, who cares about whether or not they are closing or not? That is not really anything that anyone really cares about. Let's move on. Ooh, NEA Lawn Pro. Is there anybody in there? Is there anybody out there? We're going to do a contest. Right now, there is somebody out here. I can't do it right now. We are going to do a contest. Actually, I think I see what I can do right over here. Let's try this. Now there's a kitty cat. Canyon Gal 78. I'm right here at U-Haul, and I see a kitty cat. You know that ain't far from your situation, if you know what I'm saying. Let's see if I recognize it. No. All right. Well, we're going to do a contest real quick. Let me see if I can get some numbers off of this. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. There is a random vehicle here. Hang on. Let me see if there's... trying to see if I can read. Can I read? Excuse me. I'm dying. Okay. All right. See the shipping container right there? There's all kinds of numbers on that shipping container, but I'm not going to zoom in on it yet because there is a serial number on this shipping container, not the phone number. So for you smart folks out there that would look this up and totally cheat, you can't. So if you look at this door, there are 4 numbers at the top. There are 4 numbers in the middle. There are 3 numbers at the bottom. So are we going to do a contest based on the 4 numbers at the top, 4 numbers in the middle, or the 3 numbers at the bottom? That's the first thing, is to determine which series of numbers we're going to go with. And if you've never played this game that I play, okay, well, welcome to NST Game Show Night. This is your host, James Bozeman. I'm the content creator here at Natural State Transparency, and I'm also a wannabe game show host. Maybe I was in a prior life. I don't know. But anyway, I loved Bob Barker growing up. I'm a little older, so I know Bob Barker and Drew Carey. I like Drew Carey too. And so Price is Right was my gig. And so this game is real simple. It is, oh God. Okay. Don't stop. Anyway. The goal of this game is to pick a 4-digit or a number, not a 4-digit. Let's just stop. The goal of this game is to guess the price without going over. So in other words, there are numbers on this shipping container, and we're going to guess the number without going over. The person that's closest to that number will win the contest. The contest is for an NST sweatshirt. This is open to United States residents only. Unfortunately, I would love to send one international, but it costs an arm and a leg and a toe.
Think about the route to 3516 Viking Street, 3516 Viking, possibly apartment A, in reference to an abandoned, sending 2 units because we're getting multiple hang-up calls from this location, unable to talk to anyone. They're just calling repeatedly, and we do have previous domestic history at this location.
So they're sending officers on an unknown trouble. When I was a dispatcher, we would receive 911 hang-up calls, and that is a 911 hang-up, repeated calls on, they're calling back repeatedly, and then they've got call history of domestics at that location on Viking here in Jonesboro. So they are sending 2 officers. That's a smart move. As a dispatcher, I can tell you, if we receive 911 hang-up calls, when I worked for the city of Little Rock, we would have done the exact same thing. We'd have started 2 units to that call, and then we would have put it in as an unknown trouble. So what you just heard was a possible domestic, but it was an unknown trouble because we don't know what the problem is. Anyway, I'm going to pick the numbers in the middle of the shipping container. So there's numbers at the top, middle, and bottom. There are 4 digits in the middle. I will zoom in after the contest to show you the numbers. I do not want you to do it yet. Do not do it yet. Do not do it yet. There is a live stream delay of approximately 20 to 30 seconds. So I want to make sure that everybody is on the same page before we start the contest.
Go ahead. 2228.
Okay, I'm going to turn the radio down for just a minute so we can do this contest. Do not do it yet. To participate in this contest, you will need to have the chat pulled up. So if you're watching us on Roku, get your cell phone out right now, or your laptop, or your tablet. Go to Natural State Transparency on YouTube and get into the chat. I'm going to give you 1 more minute. If you're watching on Roku and you want to participate, get into the chat right now. Natural State Transparency on YouTube. Pull it up. You need a mobile device. tablet, laptop, so you can participate in the chat. All right. That hopefully will give everybody a fair opportunity to get into the chat real quick. And so when you see me put in the chat to start, and I'm going to put in the chat, start now, that will be your opportunity to give me a 4-digit number. It can be anything from 0000 all the way to 9999. Any of those, any number, 4-digit number, give me one entry. I do not want 20 different entries. If you've given me your guess, that's it. And that's all I want. Most of y'all are pretty good with that. Some of you are not. When I tell you in the chat to begin, you will give me a 4-digit number. The goal is to not go over the number that's on the shipping container. The person that gets closest to the actual number without going over will win. Again, open to United States residents only. If you win and you're an international viewer and you're willing to pay the shipping, then I'll ship it to you. That's the deal. All righty, do not start yet. Do not start yet. And begin. Look at all these numbers pouring in. Yes, yes, yes. If you give me more than one number, I'm only going to go with the first one you gave me. So even if you think you're going to put 3 or 4 different entries in there, let's keep it fair. But if you do that anyway, I'm going to go with the first number you gave me. Yes, now, give me your 4-digit number. All right, come on. Got about 30 more seconds. That's it. Stop. No more. No more. Okay, folks. So we have your numbers on file now. If you were able to get one submitted between the start and the finish time in the chat, well, then, by golly, it's like winning the lottery around here. So you now want to know what that number is. It's in the middle of the shipping container. So the number on the shipping container that wins is 5252. Now, so we know who, let's look and see who won. 5252 is winning number. Let's see who wins it without going over. Let me go back to your entries real quick. Okay, Chelsea, 4257. Linda got 5049. So Linda's already over Chelsea. Let's keep looking here. I see a Linda at 5049. Linda, you might have won. 5678. Helen, you almost had it, but you're over by about 100 numbers there. Let's see who else. Do we agree that Linda got it, or did somebody else? Let's see if. Where are y'all seeing Carlos got it? Did I miss it? Hang on. Let me make sure I didn't miss it. I might have missed it. Just a minute. I like to be fair. Carlos got it. You did get it. Wow, Carlos. Carlos did it. Ding, 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 ding. What's the, hold on. Oh, man. I don't have the sound effect on my phone. Oh, damn. Carlos got it. Wow. All right, Carlos. Hell yeah. That was a great guess. All right, Carlos, hang on. I'm going to text you. Hang on. I'm going to put it in the chat what to do. I'm going to put it in the chat what to do. And I'm going to give away one more thing. So you know, you folks that just participated in this lottery, stand by. We will do another contest as soon as I get done with this. So don't go anywhere. You got one more opportunity to win a sweatshirt. So don't go anywhere. Where does Carlos's, hang on. Hang on. Yeah. Good for you, Carlos. That's amazing. Carlos, let me put it in the chat. Email me. Okay, Carlos, email me. I've put the email in the chat. I need to know what size you want and a good mailing address. Make sure it's United States Postal Service. That's how it's going to come to you. I will email you back a tracking number so you can see it coming to you. Congratulations. Now, Carlos, I will let you know that I have most of the sizes in. If the size you want, if I do not have it in a sweatshirt, I will mail you a long sleeve Trooper Bird t-shirt. So that's the alternate prize. If I don't have it in a sweatshirt, I will mail you a long sleeve t-shirt. But either way, you will get some apparel from me. Make sure you put your size in the email and a good mailing address, and I will get it on the way. Congratulations, Carlos, and everybody else that played along. Yay! Now, we're going to give away one more item, but I'm going to move along because I'm going to give you a different set of numbers to guess. It will not be here, and I will not use the numbers that you already submitted. You will get another opportunity to submit numbers. So stand by, and I will make that happen for you momentarily. Damn, Carlos, you're lucky, dude. Hey, Carlos, you need to play the lottery today. Like, how about you wake up tomorrow and go put $1 on some lottery or something and see if you can hit it big, because you're lucky.
Probably. Snorri found. Like I said, the next 10-11, they can get this semi and stuff.
You gonna need a heavy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
10-4.
Let's see if we can find us I'm in like the worst parking lot right now for this. Let's see. I like this one.
151
Okay.
2239.
Ricky says, when do you think you're coming to Fort Smith? Probably pretty soon, Ricky. I got to get it starts with, I would want Canyon Gal 78 to go with me, Beth. If we're going to come to Fort Smith, it'll be a Fort Smith deal with Beth and I. We would do a live stream. So you need to ask her. Say, hey, Canyon Gal 78, when are you and James going to do a live stream in Fort Smith? I'm going to put it on her. Because if she says real soon, then guess what? We're coming real soon.
134 dispatch. 197.
Thank you, Freddie.
Oh, thanks, Blaylock. That's great. That is great. All right, folks. Well, let me tell you, we're going to do.
Was it apartment A or B?
Possibly apartment A is an Adam.
Yeah. Rebet 74 says, I'm coming to Arkansas this year. Maybe I can meet up at some point. Well, that would be cool. I always tell folks I'm very sociable. I'm very friendly. Don't murder me. And as long as you agree to not do me harm, I'm happy to meet you anytime. Just let me know you're coming to Arkansas in advance, and I'm happy to meet you. Let me know if you're coming to Central or if you're coming to the Northeast or where you're going to be at. And if I can make it happen, I will make it happen. Now, let's do another contest. It's the same rule, but this time we're going to do three numbers, not four numbers, three numbers. Again, this contest is open to United States residents only.
Viking, be advised our caller is possibly going to be a Madison Wilson. We do have history with her in apartment A as an Adam. They are still calling as recently as about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn that down for a second. Okay, again, same contest, three numbers. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. Open to United States residents. If you're an international winner and you're willing to pay the shipping, then I'm happy to ship it to you. Otherwise, it's open to United States residents only. And so we're going to guess a three-digit number without going over. There is a utility box that is at this intersection off to your left. You did not see it because I did not zoom in on it. There is a green utility box and it has a three-digit number on there. And so what you shall do is guess a three-digit number without going over. It's just like Price is Right. You're on contestants row right now and you get one entry. When I tell you in the chat to start, submit your one number. For you viewers that are watching on Roku, get on your mobile device, your laptop, or your tablet right now on Natural State Transparency. Get up in this chat and guess this number real quick and get your entry in there. When I say begin, you will begin. When I say end, that is it. We will take no more numbers after that point. Start, begin. Start, begin, start. Give me a number now. Go, 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 go. All right. Well, we have our numbers. now for this contest. And so, without further ado, I know who won already, but I will zoom in on the electrical box that is at this intersection right over here. Let me turn my rig this way a little bit here. There is a green electrical box right there. And if you will notice, that says 502. 502. 502 is the winning number. And I believe you won. Am I right? Did someone else guess 502? Because I don't think they did. Nope. Revette 74, you won. You won. Don't do anything yet. Let me put the instructions in here right quick. All right, Revette 74, email me. The email address is in the chat with your size and a good mailing address. I will email you back a tracking number. If your size is not available for some silly reason, that is not a problem. I will give you a long sleeve NST t-shirt, but this contest was for the sweatshirt. So like I said, if I don't have that size, which I'm pretty sure I do, but if I don't have that size, I will give you the long sleeve t-shirt instead. Congratulations. It was meant for you to win, apparently. So thank you. Oh, let me zoom out real quick. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was zoomed in that far. My bad. Congratulations to you. And actually, thank you everyone else for playing along. I hope that made it a little more lively and you enjoyed that. And anyway, thank you for playing along. And you never know, I might really get on a wild one and give a hat away tonight or something. You just never know. So we'll see. Maybe. But we'll stop for now on those two. We'll do that right now, and we might do something else. I don't know. Maybe. So congratulations to everybody that played along, or thank you to everybody that played along, and congratulations to the two winners tonight. Now let's turn the scanner back up and see if we can pick up some more calls.
Go ahead.
And you're at 313 Russell Drive, apartment 70, 313 Russell, apartment 70, in reference to a noise complaint. Caller advised this apartment is playing loud music and have been doing so for the past 3 days.
Well, okay then. All right, let's see. What do we got here? We got here.
En route 2248.
Oh, cool. Cool, Carlos. Good deal. I will definitely get on it tomorrow. That'll give me something to do, is get those bundled up and run them to the post office. So let me read this comment real quick. Half pint. Oh, James, last time I was here, I knew I was moving back to Northeast Arkansas, and you asked where. Well, I bought some land just outside of Paragould, Oak Grove. Cool.
Copy.
Good. I like going through that Oak Grove area. That is I'm having to learn like Oak Grove Heights up that way. It's real pretty up that way. I'd only been up there a time or two since I moved up here. But we have another viewer here that she doesn't get into the live chats, but she emails me pictures a lot from Oak Grove Heights up there, just north of Paragould. Her last name is Weatherford. I forgot her first name, unfortunately, but Miss Weatherford likes to email me pictures to use from that area up there, and it is really nice up that way. So congratulations on getting some land and relocating Northeast Arkansas. You'll be a neighbor to me right over there in Greene County, and you will you'll be like in the area. You'll be in Arkansas, you know what I mean? So good for you. Let's see what else have we got here. Post office ain't open. That's true, it ain't, but I print the postage online and I can just drop it off. So it might not be open, but I can
Correction, 1039. It's going to be 55 southbound of the 31. Got a semi in the cables. Careful.
They've got a semi in the cables on Interstate 55 at the 31-mile marker. That is in Mississippi County, and that's going to be north of, oh, God, if I say this wrong, Canyon Gal's going to laugh at me. We just talked about the name of the city. What is it, Turrell? I think I called it Terrell, and she was like, no, it's not. It's Turrell. And I probably didn't even get it right. Did I get it right? Anyway, north of there. Let me read real quick here. What do we have here? Natural state transparency. The Motorola software can stream live to the HQ or even be activated without the troopers knowing. You know what? I believe that. That's called Big Brother. And, it's interesting that you bring that up, Guard. And by the way, what an interesting name you have there, Guard. But anyway, I digress.
Can you pull over here by me and help you with a computer issue?
I was speaking to another guard today, speaking of guard, and that particular person told me some things about the Motorola thing, the system they use, and he was telling me that wasn't such a good deal. Literally just had this conversation today. Like, I'm not even making that up. Like, I'm not. Like, I literally just got off the phone with him 3 hours before the live stream, and we talked about how the Motorola body camera function, it is always pre-recording, and that the agency can go back and watch all of that. It won't have audio, but still, though, they can go pull any of that, even if it wasn't captured or saved. So, that comes as no surprise. I'm going to tell you right now, though, I do not like the new Motorola system that they are putting in, the ASP units now. I like the old system. WatchGuard was bought out by Motorola. WatchGuard is being eliminated for the Motorola system that's in place. But I'm going to tell you, that Motorola cameras, man, those cameras are garbage.
35 Jones Road,
They're just awful. And it's really sad that the older cameras have a better picture. I mean, I don't understand why. Why is that? And I have a theory, so you tell me if I'm right. I have a theory. Now, I might be right, I might be wrong. My theory is that these police departments discovered, okay, let's go back to like, when did we start seeing watch guard videos become prevalent on the internet? Okay, let's answer that question. I would say that I started noticing that watch guard system with videos as far back as like 2018. So correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere around 2018. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Now, those videos require space, and the police agencies are having to pay out the yin yang to store all of that data. Okay, that's a lot of terabytes of data, all these videos, right? So I think that Motorola is making a less quality camera like picture. In other words, it saves a smaller, it has a smaller, okay. Oh God, how do I say this? So in other words, if you're on the old system and you record a video, it's going to be a certain size, right? But on the new Motorola system, it's going to be a smaller size because it's less quality. Does that make sense? That's what I think they're doing, because they don't want to have to pay to store it. So they want a system that still functions as a camera system, but it's cheaper because it's not taking up as much space. Am I right or am I wrong? Sorry if my explanation was around the corner and behind the building, but anyway, am I right or am I wrong? You're right. Yep. Because I was amazed by how much the police were spending to store all of that digital data. And it's in the millions. Let's see if I can go down Brown's Lane real quick. Maybe we'll go to Troop C and hang out in the parking lot for a minute. But yeah, I had a conversation with somebody that was telling me how much money had to be spent to store all of those videos. And it is in the millions of dollars. So it makes sense that what they're trying to do is make the video a little less quality, so it takes a little less space to store it. And Aaron got it right. And by the way, Aaron, I saw your post on the Facebook group, by the way. I figured out who you were on the picture I took of Trooper Isaac Lawson. So anyway, guys, I think that those new Motorola cameras suck. And I'm so sorry that police agencies are going to that system and compromising the quality of the video for money. Because in essence, those videos are there to protect the public, and they are also there to protect the officer or trooper. Wouldn't we want the best quality video that is available? It makes perfect sense to me. It doesn't make fiscal sense to them, but it makes perfect sense to me. If I were the officer or the citizen, I would want the video quality to be the best that it possibly could be, because I would want all of the details captured about that interaction. But you know what? That makes too much sense to me. So, and you know what? I have a dash cam. I utilize I got a gun in here. Hang on, let me get through this. There we go. I utilize a Rove R2 4K. Rove R2 4K Pro. I have both the old R2 4K and then the R2 4K Pro. One goes way faster when you're downloading videos to your phone than the other one. And I like them. I'm actually operating that R2 4K Pro right now as we're driving. It is just off where my finger is. That's where the R2 4K Pro is. It's right next to this camera that you see. So it is right next to it. And of course, it gives my GPS coordinates and speed. And as I just mentioned, you can download the video in fast. If I need to pull an interaction or a video real quick off of that camera, the app will let you download it really fast.
Showed up and was calling her names, but the daughter has now left, and the caller is not wanting police anymore. But due to the nature of the call, can you just go check things out, please?
Careful.
Showing you in route 2300. Thank you.
Well, I see your comment there, and I'm not going to argue the point there about Trooper Lawson and maybe making a mistake. I will say that I appreciate your comment. I don't really. I know officers are capable of making mistakes. I get that. I'm not going to apologize for him or make some sort of excuses for why that may or may not have occurred. I'm not going to do that. But certainly I will say that it's been my experience when I have talked to Trooper Lawson. He has always been pleasant to just have a conversation with. I ran into him, and usually I don't talk about my interactions with different troopers. I try to respect their privacy a little bit because I'll talk about this one, but I don't always tell everybody that I've talked to some troopers because they don't always want everybody to know about that. It's the problem is that, well, you got to understand this. You got to understand. I'm a YouTuber, right? And because I'm a YouTuber, that also means that I'm part of the media. And they have policies in place with the Arkansas State Police and other police agencies for members of the police department talking with the media. It is forbidden. A lot of times, the PIO, the public information officer for the police department or the Arkansas State Police is the one that is who you talk to. It's well known that officers, troopers, deputies are not to talk to the media. So with that said, there has been some times that I've wanted to have conversations with some troopers, and I have had that cited. I had a state police sergeant that I was wanting to talk to, and I'm not going to talk about what troop he works or anything like that, but certainly I got told that, I was viewed as a member of the media,
31.
and that only way that he could talk to me,
Contact the body shop.
the only way he could talk to me was officially through the department. And I thought that sucked that he said that to me, because the truth is I would never reveal any conversation that I had with any trooper or supervisor, but that's the nature of the industry. And I understand that completely because I used to work in it, so I get it. And so I don't get to talk to that sergeant, but that's okay. Here comes a trooper right now. We're about to meet a trooper here on the road. He's on his way to Troop C. See who this is. That is C12. That's Garcia. That's Trooper Garcia, C12. Trooper Garcia, C12. So, what's interesting, though, I'm going to tell you, there is another state police trooper sergeant in an entirely different troop that did talk to me and was very kind. And we had a great conversation about some things. Again, I'm not going to tell you who because I respect their privacy. And I don't discuss my conversations that I've had with them, but I will tell you that he is a fan of the channel, and a lot of the troopers in his troop are a fan of the channel as well. And I just got the warmest, kindest, coolest reception that day, and I just really enjoyed it. I really did. It certainly made me feel like what I'm doing on this channel is worthwhile because I definitely know those troopers are watching, and that just really makes me feel good. So I was real happy to report that even though one troop sergeant wouldn't talk to me, another troop sergeant totally talked to me, and we had a great conversation. And for that, I was grateful to have that interaction. Now, as far as what I was saying about Trooper Lawson, I met him one time at the Come and Go before it closed down, and it was in Black Rock up there in Lawrence County off of US 63 as you're going into the Ozarks. And it was happenstance. I walked in the gas station. He walked in about 30 seconds after I did. I didn't even know he pulled in the parking lot. I went in there to the gas station. He walks in. I see him. And then I looked out the window and saw his car, and I saw his call sign was B32. And I said, "Hey, are you Trooper Lawson?" I saw him. I said, "Are you Trooper Lawson?" He goes, "I am." And I said, "Well, hey, I'm James Bozeman. I'm the content creator here at Natural State Transparency." And he just, he got a big old grin on his face. And I said, my video that, my highest viewed video ever of all time, the highest viewed video of all time featured Trooper Lawson. Of all the troopers, I mean, you would think that it would have been a Jacob Bird video, right? Like we all would agree that it would be like Trooper Bird or some huge pursuit I did like 4 years ago. Nope. No. A ordinary traffic stop in Lawrence County, Arkansas, in Walnut Ridge of all places. It just so happens to be where I currently live. But I am telling you, of all the videos on my channel, the traffic stop video involving 2 females in Walnut Ridge by Trooper Lawson has 1.5 million views right now. And because that video went viral. And that video went viral because Trooper Lawson did not hem them up, and he gave them a warning. And that circulated around the internet, and it gained traction, and it has 1.5 million views. So I brought that up to Trooper Lawson when I saw him that day at the gas station at Come and Go. And we had a great conversation about that. And if any of y'all know which episode I'm talking about, certainly there was some controversy because there was some questions about should he have checked the trunk on that interaction. And I told him there was some controversy about that a little bit because some people thought you didn't do your job. And he was laughing, and he said, "Well, I did check the trunk. I checked it from the inside. The seats came down. You just didn't see me on the video do that because when I searched the car, I searched it from the inside, and the seats laid down, and there was nothing in the trunk. So I literally, like, everybody thought I didn't check the trunk, but I did check the trunk." If you want to know which video in particular I'm talking about, if you go on Natural State Transparency's YouTube channel, if you will go on the YouTube channel and then you select videos and you sort it by the most views, that will be the one that comes to the very top. And it's going to be an ordinary traffic stop in Walnut Ridge on the interstate that I did, it's like 2 or 3 years ago. Check that out sometime if you want to. I don't know what episode number it is. I couldn't tell you, but anyway, it's going to have a lower number. And I met Bird one time. Yes, I see that comment. I met Jacob Bird. I did. Again, he was at the QT gas station in Southwest Little Rock. He was at Otter Creek at the QT, and he actually held the door open for me. He was a very kind individual. I have since gotten to understand Trooper Bird a little bit better, and I'm not going to discuss how I know more about him or his family, but certainly I will tell you that his family is kind, and he is a good guy in his personal life. He's a really good guy. He's a spiritual man, and so I'll just leave it at that. We're not going to discuss conversations or anything like that. I'm going to respect his privacy, but he's a good trooper. He's a spiritual man, and his family, they are nice folks, very nice folks. And I've met several other troopers across Arkansas. I've met a trooper just about in every troop I've been in Arkansas at some point in the last few years. And certainly they're well aware of the channel, and God knows that it's nice to have a friend in every county in Arkansas. I'll say that. I'm lucky. If you remember the last live stream we were in Northeast Arkansas, and we met Corporal Morphus that night, C40 there in Greene County, and turned out to be an over hour-long conversation I had with him at his patrol car. He had just wrapped up a traffic stop, and I crept up on him and said, "Hey." And we had a great conversation, very good conversation, Corporal Morphus and I. And I don't think he'd mind me sharing that, considering we were on a live stream. So we had a great conversation that night. And so, yeah. I've been pulled over by state troopers in the past. Every time that I've been pulled over, I had it coming to me. I deserved it. I'm not one to dodge responsibility, or if I screw up, I'll own it. That's the best way to get through it, is to own your bad and move on. I got pulled over by a trooper at the River Bridge in Little Rock one time, and I went to jail. The one time, well, I've been to jail twice now, but the first time that I went to jail was in 2001. I was 21 years old and dumb, and I did not pay a speeding ticket that I got out of Little Rock. So they issued a warrant for my arrest. It was a violation that turned into a warrant. And they suspended my license. I got pulled over by a trooper there at the River Bridge going into Little Rock, and I had a warrant. So my car got towed. I went to jail, and 2 hours later, I didn't have to post bond. I just had to post. I had to post like $400. So I had some folks come post the $400, and I got out of jail that night. Took about 2.5, 3 hours.
That's going to be 4220 South Stadium Boulevard. Initial calls, you guys could hear yelling over the line, someone talking about someone else treating them a certain way. We are for public service at this time, gathering further information. I will update shortly.
Okay, we're going to head to the 4200 block of South Stadium, which is I don't know. It's a couple miles away from here. It's an unknown trouble.
2314.
It's an unknown trouble. It kind of sounded like a disturbance. They said the call taker was still trying to ascertain further information, so we'll probably hear an update on that here in just a second. Let's see. One of the other times I got pulled over by a trooper coming back from a funeral in Pine Bluff. I got pulled over on Interstate 530 just south of Little Rock when I was coming back from a funeral that I went to in Pine Bluff, and got pulled over and got a ticket. I sure did, and I was speeding, and I, had no excuse. I was dead. It got me dead in the rights. And let's see, the last time I got pulled over by a trooper was, that was the last time, I guess. Time before that was a trooper in Lawrence County, Jimmy Danley. I remember who that was, Jimmy Danley there in Lawrence County, Arkansas. I got pulled over by the trooper. I was on, at the time it was 67, but now it's 367. I was going way too fast, and I got pulled over there south of Hoxie, I guess, somewhere in that stretch between Minyard and Alicia. Yeah.
Dispatch 151 and 160.
So yeah, I got Jimmy Danley got me that day. Let me tell you, and he let me go with the warning, but
Update
it was not.
A Jaden Smith, 17-year-old male, on site trying to assault staff. EMS was declined. The male is in the building trying to hide. Black male, camo shirt and boots.
Okay, 4220 South Stadium sounds like a DHS building. I think we had a runaway. The last time we did a live here in Jonesboro, they had one threaten to steal a car, and then they ran from officers into a field and a ditch. That was when we were on our very last live stream here.
Sure that Jaden Smith is a runner as well.
He is.
Going out to CYS.
Yeah, they're telling me that the guy's a runner, so that I think this is the same guy. Isn't that ironic?
It's the same Jaden Smith I'm thinking of. He will run on you if you all think of get charges. Just what that's up.
Yeah. So anyway, there's some kind of DHS, Department of Human Services facility for youth down here off of South Stadium. So we'll head that way, because you never know. This young man might decide he wants to run, and we might film him running across the street or something. But my doors are locked, so he won't be carjacking me. We'll just say that. Well, Guard, thank you so much for your commentary tonight. You have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'm looking forward to having you in the chat again at some point soon. And to anyone else that's rolling out, have a great night. Stay warm, stay safe, and enjoy yourself. And we'll see you next time. No, I see you've got flashers on. You're going slow. I know. We're going 13 miles an hour. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Still living on scene back today. I'll be around CYS.
Copy.
All right, I got to get a new back windshield wiper for my car. It's about trash. It's about time to get a new one. That'll be fun. Continuing, we're on South Stadium right now. I could pass this car. I could pass them, but there's no police coming behind me real fast, so I'm just gonna roll this way slowly. Where are we at? I'm in the 3600 block of South Stadium. This is, I think they said the 4400 block or 4600 block. We're coming up on it. We'll be there in just a minute. Oh, 40. Thank you, Carlos. 4200. 4200. Yeah, sometimes I forget when I say it. I sometimes don't commit it to memory. So yeah, 4200. There you go. I'm not sure. I've not seen this facility before. You know, in Little Rock, they used to have a facility called Job Corps. And I know that's a U.S. government program, but they had a Job Corps in Little Rock, and that was a source of several. They'd have.
Dispatch.
Anyway, I don't know if that's.
2321.
I don't think that's what this is up here. I don't think it's Job Corps. I think this is a state facility for kids. Up here, I'm in the 4200 block now. It might have just been back there. I'm going to double back because I don't see anything right here. Is this parking lot safe enough for me to pull in? I think it is. Okay. Yeah. Let me double back. That might have been the facility just right back there. Let's go look. Yeah, I see you're saying it should have been on the left. I think you're right. I think I passed it. It's not marked though. Let's see if this is it right here on the left. I don't see any Jonesboro officers here yet. No, I think this might be one of them right here. I think the Jonesboro officers are just about to turn in here right now. That's them right there. I'm going to let them turn in. I don't want to turn in front of them. So these are the two Jonesboro officers that are responding on this call right here. They're turning right where I would have turned, but I don't want to turn with them.
Can you give dispatch a call, please?
Turning in there. I'll double back.
Terrible.
Last time, see, this is what I'm talking about. That kid ran up here. The last time we did a live, that kid ran up here to these mobile homes because he was trying to hide under the mobile homes or something over here. All right, so the Jonesboro police units are on scene with the kid that's causing a disturbance over here. I'm gonna turn in here for just a second because I see another. I think there's a third officer that's driving down through here right now. Let me let him.
160 dispatch.
Hold on, just a minute. I'm gonna sit here for just a second.
Myself, 157 or 97.
Yeah, they're 90.
2323.
That's them right there. They're 97 on the call. That was them just keying up. I think that's a third Jonesboro officer right there. I can't tell. Might be. No, that is not. Okay, now let's see if we can get back out here and we'll see if we can turn in there. Excuse me. Yeah, I haven't had much trouble getting around, to be honest with you. I've actually this all-wheel drive snow mode is actually not bad. Okay, so they turned on this road right here. Let me see if that is another Jonesboro officer right there. Is that a Jonesboro officer? That is another Jonesboro officer right there. CYS. It's at the CYS building. See if I have to do another double back now, damn it. Feel like I'm making circles, man. Yeah. Wish I could post up right over here and zoom in. I've got a really good camera tonight. As you can tell, I can zoom way in. I have a really good camera tonight. Oh, you get to see the Phoenix here. Here's the Phoenix. There's the Phoenix. Well, you can't really see the Phoenix too well, but yeah, that's the Phoenix. Let's do some spin outs. Woo! I bet I could. Woo! All right, so the officers are on scene over here. They've got 3 units on scene at CYS. I bet that that's for Children and Youth Services. I bet that's what that stands for. And I'm going to see if I can park. I don't know that I can. Let me see if I could park. Can I park there? Maybe. Man, that hadn't been done for crap. Wish I could park somewhere, though. There's nowhere for me to park. I wish I could. There's just nowhere for me to park. The problem is if I pull in there, I'm going to be right behind them. There's nowhere for me to park. I don't have a place where I can just kind of not be in the way. Or I would totally pull in there and we'd watch that for a minute, but I don't think I can really do that. What is this old feed house road right here? Trey Atkinson talks about earlier today, he watched a 90s or early 2000s model of Chevy Caprice that spun its tires for a few minutes before deciding to just back down a slight hill in front of his house. And yeah, yes, if I was driving Ted tonight, the Mercury Grand Marquis, that would have been exactly what would have been happening. There's a lot of things I love about that car, but it does not handle ice or snow for like at all. Like it's a bad idea. Bad idea. Oh, Consolidated Youth Services. Thank you. I wonder if that's that's probably a private company. You know, in Little Rock, they've got one called Centers for Youth and Families, and they've got a facility for juveniles. So I bet that Consolidated Youth Services is probably the same kind of deal.
Chunky 10A, AOR.
In service 2329.
Oh yeah, 351. I've taken that. I've taken that stretch once or twice. Isn't that the Finch Road? Am I right? I see your Finch Road there, 351. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's nice. I like that. I have started taking that. My girlfriend has family that lives out in Finch, and we like to go to the Laredo Smokehouse and Grill. Let me tell you something, y'all. Y'all, as in like y'all. If you ever come to Arkansas and you want to have an awesome burger, and I mean, listen, anybody can make a hamburger, okay? I mean, but that doesn't mean all hamburgers are good. Just because you can make one doesn't mean it's good. There's something that they do to their burgers. I'm convinced that they put a little crack in the burger, just a smidge, something, because it's just, I don't know what it is. If it's the Hawaiian bun they use, or the seasoning, or what they do to their half-pound burgers there at Laredo. But my God, there's just, if you know, you know. I mean, it's just, yeah, man. Thank you, Beth, Canyon Gal 78, for turning me on to Laredo Smokehouse and Grill. You talk about I was a Central Arkansan that knew nothing about good eating spots in the Northeast. And I'll tell you what, the first time I took a bite of a Laredo burger, I thought I had died and gone to heaven. So I'm telling you right now, if you're in the Northeast of Arkansas and you want a damn good local burger that is not some corporate chain like Chili's or Applebee's, then look up Laredo Smokehouse and Grill. It's on Crowley's Ridge in Laredo. Go there and have yourself a really good burger at a good price, because the prices are good too. Go have a really good burger. Oh, no, I have had a Hurd's burger. I have. And I like Mr. Hurd. I've met him. He's a nice dude. So Aaron mentions that in Lawrence County, there is a place that sells burgers. It's Hurd's. And Hurd's is a produce stand there on US 63, just outside of Walnut Ridge. It's outside Portia. And Mr. Hurd is, he's a nice older gentleman. He's a really nice older gentleman, local. And sorry, I had to really gun it to get over that. But Mr. Hurd mills his own meat, and what's available is what's available. And if you didn't get it, then he sold out. And that's the kind of place that we're talking about. He sells farm raised eggs from several different local folks that have eggs, and you get real farm eggs, man. They're all different colors, and you can definitely tell. Those places are, man, he is the true mom and pop place, because he's the pop. I see we got some patrol cars here from Georgia. Winder, Georgia. It's got Georgia plates, and then Omaha police, Omaha, Nebraska. So Omaha, Nebraska, and Winder, Georgia. I wonder what they got going on up here. What do you think? Why would there be police from all different places here tonight at the Holiday Inn in Jonesboro? Oh. I go to Herds a lot. I'm going to tell you right now, I go to Herds Market a lot. So I will tell you also, if you come to the northeast of Arkansas, if you want to check out a real farm stand, like old school, real farm stand, a honest to goodness mom and pop real farm stand that's been there forever.
Tech was unable to provide an ETA. Sounded like there was something.
Go to Herds Market right outside of Portia, and you will not be disappointed. You will get an authentic Arkansas experience. I'm telling you. Canine training, huh? Or National Guard, huh? Well, I see a Durango here, but it doesn't have any markings. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I'm not sure that I want to. Why did I go this way again? Damn, I'm going to do this all over again. Here we go. Let's give it some gas. Ooh, here we go. All right. Jeff is that, hang on, I can't. Is that Lambert? Thank you. I couldn't read it until I stopped there. Jeff Lambert's asking, James, where did your comment go? What vehicle are you driving and handles the road conditions very well? Thank you. I'm driving a 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander, and it has snow mode. And also, I have to say, part of it is I got brand new tires put on it the day that the snow stuff hit. I went that morning and got tires put on this car. So we got a brand new set of shoes on this car as we're rolling around here. Still monitoring the radio. I know I've been doing a lot of talking, but man, they haven't really been putting anything out. If they put something out while I'm talking, I'll be quiet. But they're not putting anything out right now. Bo asks if there's any more chases besides the ambulance chase. Yes, there are. There are. Here's something that I'm going to say about that. I did not release the rest of them yet because next week we're not going to have any pursuits. So I just didn't feel the necessity of putting them all out on Friday. And plus, I was preparing for this snow and ice event, so I really wasn't too concerned about putting pursuits out because I was trying to make sure I had all my ducks in a row, which I do. So we will work on releasing the rest of those pursuits tomorrow, and I will work on some traffic series videos as well. And I've got some requests in for Little Rock PD. They're probably all closed tomorrow since the state's closed. So, you know, it's going to be, I'm not going to have any pursuits for probably a week or two after tomorrow. I'll put the rest of them out that I have, but after that, this Friday, you're not going to have a pursuit Friday. I'm going to tell you right now, it ain't happening. None of the channels are going to have a pursuit Friday because it snowed. So they're not chasing anybody right now. All right, I'm going to drive around another part of Jonesboro. I'm tired of driving around up here. Oh. I'm kind of disappointed the fact that there's just, well, I say I'm disappointed. I'm really not. Just nothing happening tonight. That's actually a good thing. There's some people walking into the IHOP over here, though. That kind of sounds good. If it wasn't so late, I'd go eat. All right, we're gonna go to the other side of town. I'll take you down G Street, older part of town. Get you some rest, Bo. I'll talk to you soon. You have a good night. And again, I will have some pursuits for you to watch tomorrow. I'll do the rest of them. Really, they're not real good. I'm going to be honest with you. That's really why I didn't release them so fast, because the rest of them kind of suck. The ambulance chase was definitely the best one of the week, as the rest of them were just kind of, yeah, they're all right. All right, so we are going to go up here to Harrisburg Road and cut over, and we'll eventually end up on the older part of town over here. One of the reasons why this old car handles so well is it's got 20-inch rims. It's got big old tires.
Need you out to 2211 Spence Circle, apartment 12211 Spence, apartment 1 for an abandoned address from Rapid within 8.2 meters. Showing you in Route 2342.
You know, I'm not far from that call either. Let me look at that. Let me see if I can navigate to that real quick. Hang on just a second here. And I hate that I don't know where everything is here. Yeah, I knew we were pretty close to that. Let's go to that real quick. There's an unknown trouble. They call it an abandoned. I guess that means a cell phone that you can't call back. But it's like an unknown trouble in the Spence Circle. So we are going to try to get up this hill. Lord have mercy. Let's see if we can get up this thing. Come on. Go, Phoenix. Heck yeah, we did. Look at that.
Station route to 511 East Allen Avenue, 511 East Allen, general sickness, with a 7-year-old female. Showing route with big 12342.
And just put a rescue call out on Allen for, we're not going to it, but they just put a rescue call out on Allen Street.
Engine 6, squad 2, I'll take that call.
Copy. There.
Go ahead.
Could you give dispatch another call, please?
Already.
So that Spence Circle call is actually the same area we were just at that I just said we were going to leave because I was getting bored with it. And I promise you, when you're doing what I'm doing, which is trying to chase calls, that's how that goes. I swear, you leave an area and you say that nothing else is going to happen. As soon as you leave and you get far away, that's when it happens. It just seems to always be that way. So we're going to double back, which we have done, and now we are on our way back to the area that we were just at. Let's see if we can see anything. Now, remember, they're going on like a 911 hang-up call, so they might get on scene and there might not be anything happening. So this isn't really exactly a call that's really good to watch. But it's slim pickings right now, so if you want me to chase after calls, I'll go down here and see if we can see something. You never know. Oh, Jim, I saw you too. I see your comment there. He said that he saw me on Ryan Hall, y'all's chat, and I did. When I go into those chat rooms, sometimes I say hello to everybody. But yep, you did. You did see me there. You did see me there. You're asking, what am I driving? I'm driving a 23 Mitsubishi Outlander with snow mode.
157 Sure, you're inspected. Staff decline report. Juvenile heavily airward.
And for in service 2247.
Okay, so the units that were out at the youth services area, they have, that's where Spence is. That's where them apartments are back there behind Walmart. You know what? I kind of already knew that. I knew I'd heard of that street. Let me turn in here. So I am learning Jonesboro after all. There you have it. We'll go, Spence is right behind this Walmart. Because I looked at some apartments there once on Spence. That's how I remember that. I don't know why I didn't remember it, but I do now. All right, here we go. What is the comments here? James can learn. You're saying no getting stuck in the snow like last year. You know what, Marietta, you're right. And good to see you again. You know what, you're right. The last time I did a live stream in the snow, I went 16 hours straight and ended up getting, I pulled over to step out of my vehicle for a brief moment, and then I got it stuck. And I had some weather chasers come and yank me out of the hole I was in, which was nice. And I did not have good tires on the car then. I didn't realize actually what had happened was my vehicle was out of alignment and one of my tires had rubbed raw, like it was smoother than the other three. and I didn't realize just how bad it was. And I was doing that live stream. So for 16 hours straight, I drove this car in bad conditions with a semi-bad tire until I got stuck on the live stream, I might add. But anyway, generous storm chasers, they helped me out for sure, and I appreciated the hell out of that. And long story short, this season, the day of the snow and ice event hit Arkansas on Friday evening, and Friday morning I was able to get tires put on this car. So we have brand new tires on here, and some of y'all don't know where I was just at. I just got back. I take a winter vacation when I can. Now, I never was in a position where I could take vacations much, but just in the last few years, I've been fortunate and blessed enough to be able to take some much needed travel, and I have been able to do that.
You can point to. I'm much closer to Spence than you are.
Here comes the officer right now for Spence. He's got a spotlight on.
Sure.
The car that you see right here is a Jonesboro officer with a spotlight on. Or no, that's I'm so sorry. I thought that was. No, it's not. My bad. From a distance, it looked like that. Spence is right here. Spence Circle. I don't know how bad this is, but we're going to find out. Here we go. Ooh, get on in there. Here you go. Spence Circle. So they had a 911 hang up right over here on a cell phone they couldn't call back. So all the officers really going to do when he gets over here is do what we're doing. We're just going to look both directions and see if we see anything. See if we hear anything. Roll the window down. We'll listen. So Jim is asking me, did I take Amtrak again? Yes, I did. I took a Amtrak vacation. So you folks out there who don't know me, you don't know, I'm an avid train fanatic. I love taking Amtrak. Arkansas has Amtrak service. We have the Texas Eagle. It comes through Arkansas in the middle of the night. It can get you to Chicago or San Antonio daily. So I took a so officers are arriving on scene now here. I see an officer walking up to a door right here. This is an officer right here. He's got a ski mask on. Jonesboro, I think the same officers are seeing me come on multiple calls. I'm probably going to get pulled over before long. Never know. So the officer's on scene over here. He's by himself, and he's walking up to a door. And unlike the last call that we went on, I might be able to pull over and zoom in, maybe. Even though I'm not real sure we're going to see anything. Let's see if I can get over this embankment real quick. Get up there. There you go. So, yeah, I'm an avid train fanatic. I like to travel, all the above. And so I took a train from Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, through Chicago to Albany, Rensselaer, New York. And if you know Albany is on one side of the river and Rensselaer is on the other side, and the Amtrak station is technically on the Rensselaer side. So we arrived in Rensselaer, New York, and I took a bus from Rensselaer to Burlington, Vermont. And rented a pickup truck from the airport there in Burlington and took my winter vacation. A lot of people like to take summer vacations because they've got kids and kids are out of school, and you know, people like to go to Florida for the summer or whatever. I'm the opposite. I do not have children, so I can go whenever, and I prefer to go in the wintertime. I go in the wintertime because when I go to these places, it's not as touristy in the winter, and I want to experience what the locals experience. I'm not into doing touristy crap. I'm just not. I mean, I know some people are, and certainly, you know, that's great, but I am the kind of guy that wants to go to an area and experience it from like the locals' perspective. That's what I want to do. So, you know, I take my vacations in the wintertime also because it's cheaper. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm a thrifty guy. I've always been. So, yeah, I typically take, you've seen me too, haven't you? So here we go. Another Jonesboro officer's going to Spence right here. He's about to probably turn. And I wonder if this car right here just got stuck. I think they might have gotten stuck. I don't know why the Jonesboro officer is pulling into that hotel because they didn't put a call there. So Spence is right here on the left. Jonesboro officer is there. He's still on scene. Hang on. Let me hear this. Let me hear this right here. That officer's checking out with that stalled vehicle there on the embankment. Motorist assist is what he just called it. And why is this all flooded real bad? Did they have a water main that broke right here? Maybe. That's weird. Where's the source of that water right there? Use my trusty flashlight here and see. Huh. I guess it's not a water main break. I guess not. That is something you have to be worried about right now. That officer is backing up his squad into the bumper. Wait. No, he's not. I lied.
Need you guys around to 1830 East Johnson, apartment 102. Repeating 1830 East Johnson, apartment 102, in reference to domestic in progress. Caller advised she's currently in an ongoing custody battle with her 15-year-old daughter's father, and is stating that the father lets college males be around her 15-year-old daughter. Caller stating the males just brought the daughter home and were talking very sideways to the caller when they arrived on scene. Caller told these males she does not want them around her daughter and stated just that she believes they are giving her 15-year-old CS. Caller stating her daughter did not get hurt, but her daughter is now becoming very irate.
Oh, Lord. Well, I don't know what CS is. Does anybody else know what CS? Given their daughter CS, is that controlled substances? CS, maybe? Maybe that's what they meant by the CS?
I'll be checked out. You might see that also, whichever you live is farther than 22.
Copy 108 and 68. You can decide amongst yourself which one of you wants to disregard.
68, you can be checked. 10-4.
Well, I could go to that, but I don't think that I want to go to that. Again, that's one of those deals we're probably not going to see anything. But I will just keep it in this area since I've managed to get back over here.
Good.
I'm 10-8. Can I answer that door?
Service 2359.
So that officer that just went out of that unknown trouble on Spence just checked 98, saying that nobody answered the door, so
Copy.
he's leaving.
I'll hit 148. Go ahead. Apartment across Main John, he actually have to go in from Steady Street.
Well, let's read some of your comments real quick since I've been rolling around. I haven't really been looking as much. Let's see. Roark, W.A. Roark says, Amtrak is nice if you're not in a hurry. Good food, relaxing trips. I agree. In some cases, it's good food. West Coast trains have a chef. They actually have chef-inspired meals. East Coast trains, unfortunately, are on flex meals, which are the microwave meals, and they're okay. They have a buttered chicken. It's an Indian-inspired microwave meal they serve, and it's pretty good, even for it being as I call it, they call it a flex meal. But the West Coast trains actually have nice plates and real silverware and in a cloth napkin instead of it being a paper napkin. And they have a tablecloth on the table, and it has a rose arrangement. It'll be a white and red rose that they have on the table. It's very formal. It makes you get the feel of how travel was a long time ago. It's I like to say it's romantic, but it's not romantic in a romantic way, like a lovey way. It's just it's a nice formal approach. It's romantic like that. That's what I mean by that. And yeah, you just have to have the right amount of time. If you've got kids, really Amtrak's probably not, they might love riding the train, but yeah, anyway, you got to have the time to be able to do that. Amtrak doesn't work out for just everybody. Let's see, what other comments do we have? You say you knew, I see Carter was saying, I know you were traveling. Yeah, I was. And I like the bar car. Yeah. So they have a dining car and they have what they call a cafe car. It's a little different. And so some of the equipment, they have a cafe downstairs and an observation car upstairs. That's the West Coast equipment. The East Coast equipment, they have a cafe car. It's single level. There is no up and down. And in that cafe car, you can buy booze, you can buy burgers, microwave burgers, popcorn, snacks, candy. But again, they serve beer, wine, and shots of those little mini spirits. Like you can get the little mini whiskeys or something like that, mini rums, So what else do we have here? Jonesboro Police is hiring. No, thank you. No, thank you. They wouldn't hire me anyway. No, thank you. I love how y'all are keeping track of all the bad driving. I'm not even trying to drive good tonight. Kelly Buchanan asked, did you go coach or did you have a roommate or a roomette? I had a roomette I had a roomette out of Walnut Ridge to Chicago because here's the problem. I like Amtrak. Again, I will, even though it is old and they use 40-year-old equipment and it's nasty. I mean, some of those roomettes are in dire need of a deep clean. Okay. But there's reasons for why it is the way that it is. And I will save that conversation for another time. However, the main issue with Arkansas Amtrak service is it picks up in the middle of the night at 1:40 in the morning. The northbound Chicago train comes through Walnut Ridge. So when you get on the train at 1:40 in the morning, yeah, you can go to coach, but you're naturally wanting to be asleep at like 1:40 in the morning typically. So, I went ahead and splurged and got the roomette. So I got a roomette, and then out of Chicago to Albany, Rensselaer, I got a roomette. And then on the return trip back, I got a bedroom, not a roomette. And then from Chicago to Little Rock, from Chicago to Walnut Ridge, the initial plan was to get a coach, 2 coach seats. But here was the problem. My train got canceled because of this current weather situation. They canceled my leg of the journey from Chicago to Walnut Ridge. They canceled that train, leaving me stranded in Chicago. So what did yours truly do? I figured out that there was a state-sponsored train that runs through Illinois. It's called the Lincoln Service, and Amtrak has their own long-distance trains. I don't get a long explanation about this, but in other words, there are some trains that are exclusively Amtrak, okay, like the Texas Eagle that comes through Arkansas. That is an Amtrak train. They call that a long-distance train. Well, the Lincoln Service train is different. Yeah, it's through Amtrak, but it's like a state-sponsored train. It's more of what I would call a commuter train. It gets you across the state, but you're all in coach, and the seats don't recline, and it's not made for comfort. It's made for practicality. There's a difference. So again, if you're on a train that goes, like I said, Texas Eagle, and it's a long distance train, their coach seats are completely different. They'll lean back. They have a footrest that comes up, and they're like recliners. But if you're on the Lincoln Service train, because it's a commuter train, none of that. You don't have any comfort. That sucker was uncomfortable. It's as stiff as a board. You were upright. You were in the L position on that train, straight up. So anyway, long story short, that train still had seating, and I got as far as St. Louis, and yours, Beth, Canyon Gal 78, came and scooped us up and brought us back to Arkansas. So I was very happy to have a way to get home before this ice and snow hit, and having somebody that was willing to come up to St. Louis to pick us up. So I'm grateful for that. And Carter says you should do a travel vlog maybe. I've honestly thought about that, because I do travel enough. It would make sense that we could do that. And you do say it's better than the Greyhound. And I've ridden the Greyhound, and I'm not adverse to riding the Greyhound. I think a lot of people, forget that buses and trains even exist. They think that the only way to get around is to either get a car or to take a flight, so even though some people might have a lot of crap to talk about Greyhound, it serves a purpose, and you can get a Greyhound, a reserved seat on Greyhound now, where you can get you a really nice seat. You pay a little extra. It's like $5 or $10 extra, and you can get like a really nice seat. So I don't know, if you have to take Greyhound, get a reserved seat, and that way you can you can kind of sit where you're going to sit, you know, and have a better trip. But I agree. Half Pint even says it herself. Buses take too long. Yes, they do. Now in Northeast Arkansas, the Greyhound picks up here at the Jet Service Center. For the local bus here in Jonesboro is called Jet, and they have a little transit center. As a matter of fact, why not? I'll just take you down there while we're talking, since we're just sitting. And I'll show you, but the Greyhound bus does pick up there. And I don't know if it's the St. Louis to Memphis bus and it comes through Jonesboro. I think that might be what it is. I could be wrong. But nonetheless, there is a daily bus service out of Jonesboro on Greyhound. So if you need to get out of Northeast Arkansas on the bus, you would go to the Jet Transit Center here in Jonesboro, where you would catch the Greyhound. And let me go this way. I think it's down here. I'm almost sure of it. I'm on Caraway right now, Caraway Road. And I did go live from Albany. I sure did. Yeah, I was, Mary Beth says, I love riding a train. I'm glad. It's, you know, there is something really cool about it, guys and gals. I promise you there is. If you've never been on a train, it is a relaxing experience. Again, it's the deal where you don't have to worry about it. All you have to do is sit down and enjoy the ride. And it's not bad. It's really not. You just have to have patience. If you're impatient, then you need to take a flight. Or if you've got kids or you've got a job, I can understand why you have to take a flight. But anyway. Let's see here. What else we got? And I've done that. I ride Amtrak from Portland to Seattle, and I've done that. Coast Starlight, and I have done that several times. It's really nice. You got some Jonesboro officers right here about to pass by. 2204, and let's see if it's 2200. Yeah, those are the same officers right there. They're going to keep seeing my car rolling around. I'm telling you. That's the same two officers that they're going to keep seeing my car rolling around. I'm telling you, they're going to probably wonder about me. It's kind of funny. And Kelly Buchanan says that the freight trains, they hope the freight trains don't get in the way too often. The truth is, the U.S. government passed a federal law back in the early 70s during the inception of Amtrak. Now, look, I'm a nerd. That's probably why I do such a good live stream, because I have the gift of gab. Can you tell I like to talk? Can you imagine if you weren't even with me right now? I talk to myself sometimes. So, yeah, anyway. The point is, though, I have the gift of gab. I like to talk, but what did I bring that up for? Hell, I don't even remember now. Talked so much I forgot. But, well, let me come right back to whatever it was I was trying to say. This right here is the transfer center, as you can see. It's small. It ain't much, but it's what Jonesboro has. And you know what? At least they have a place. Because sometimes with Greyhound, you have to pick up at like literally a gas station parking lot. So it is nice to see that they allow Greyhound to pick up here. So if you're leaving Jonesboro and you're getting on a Greyhound, you would come right here to the end of Caraway. It's at Caraway and Matthews here at the Jet Transfer Center. And it has a small waiting room, and this is a newer building. So it's nice to see that this is here. Again, I'm telling you, I've caught a Greyhound before from a parking lot, and if it was pouring down rain, they don't care. So, you know, And Jim Hagwood says it's better than what North Little Rock has now. Correct. Again, keeping in mind, I was a lifelong Central Arkansas guy until just 2.5 years ago before I moved up here. North Little Rock had a Greyhound bus station there on East Washington. It was right at the river, at the base of the Main Street Bridge as you go from Little Rock into North Little Rock. It was conveniently located. That was the first thing. It was very conveniently located for travel. But that is valuable real estate down there. And look, I'm just going to keep it real with you, okay? If there's something I try to do on this channel, I just keep it real. They ain't trying to have poor people catching the bus there, okay? Because that was some high dollar real estate where that damn Greyhound bus station was. Can you read between the lines so you kind of see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Kind of rings true, doesn't it? So, yeah, they decided to get rid of the bus terminal there and demolish the building because that is some high dollar real estate. And they don't want poor people catching the bus down there anymore. So that's what they did. And eventually what Greyhound did was they said, okay, fine. We will then get rid of our train or our bus station in North Little Rock. We are going to make people pick our bus up at the Galloway exit. And you would have to know about Little Rock in the Little Rock metro area. If you don't know what I'm talking about, and you're curious, you can look on a map do a Google search for Pulaski County, Arkansas. If you pull up the area, like the eastern part of North Little Rock, the furthest east you can get besides almost a Scott is the Galloway exit. That's technically the city of North Little Rock. And so they were making you pick up at the Love's truck stop. Well, guess what? That didn't work out. So now they don't pick up at all. You heard me right. There is nowhere for you to pick up a damn Greyhound bus in Central Arkansas. The closest place you can pick one up now is at a gas station in Benton. It's a Love's truck stop in Benton. It's in Saline County. Or if you're north, it was in Greenbrier the last time I checked. Well, that's not Little Rock. Greenbrier is 50 miles away from Little Rock, and that's not convenient for anybody. So I don't know. I was kind of irritated by that, to see them get rid of it. Half Pint says, James, I enjoyed hanging out with you, but I need to go. We'll see you soon, I'm sure. Be safe out there. Yes, you as well. It's always a pleasure, and you have a good night, and we will see you on the next live for sure. And for you other folks that are still live with me, we still have the scanner turned up. I haven't turned it down to talk, so at any point they could put a call out. It's just there's nothing happening out here at the moment. But anyway, so. To wrap up my vacation, though, I went to Burlington, Vermont, and stayed for a single night just to get there. And then the next day, I went to Portland, Maine, and stayed 5 nights at a hotel there. Got a hell of a deal on that, by the way, I might add. I booked it on Black Friday, and Capital One listen, if you know what you're doing with Capital One, the credit card company, listen, they're all scumbags. Okay, just keep it real. Like it's after midnight. I'm just going to keep it honest with you. I'm a 100 kind of guy. I'm a straight shooter. I'm telling you right now, credit card companies are scumbags. Period. Point blank. Full stop. They all are. Nobody. You never hear anybody say, "I love Capital One. I love First United," or whatever. You don't ever hear anybody talk about how much they love their credit card companies. Give me a break. But here's the thing.
Good.
They offer kickbacks.
We're just now passing Southwest Parker. We're still a few minutes behind you.
Hold on. Let me hear this. They offer kickbacks. And if you know what you're doing and you have the patience to play their little game, because that's all it is a game. Okay. That is all it is just one big game. But if you know what you're doing and you know how to play it, then you can play it to your advantage. Case in point, I caught a fantastic deal on a hotel in Portland, Maine.
All parties are in yard.
In service 1220.
Now, will you show me 19 to St. Bernard, drop off 17?
Copy.
Okay, I was just listening to that radio traffic. But anyway, I caught a hell of a deal in Portland, Maine on a hotel. And I went cheap. I don't stay, sometimes I stay in really nice places, but this time I stayed in a really cheap place. And anyway, it was recently remodeled, and what you do on that is you read the Google reviews and see what your latest Google reviews are on the property. They never lie. You always want to sort it by not the top reviews. You want to go on Google, look at the review of the property, and then sort it by newest review first. So that way you can see what's going on the last 3 months. So I took a gamble on this property. It was normally $80 a night, but they had it down to $56 a night. And it had a porch. So I'm like, geez, I'm okay with that. I like that. I like having a room with a porch. That's an amenity. I like that. So that's exactly what I did. I booked this place. I'll tell you where I stayed too. I have no shame in my game. I stayed at the Ramada Inn in Portland, Maine, and it had porches. And I stayed there for 5 nights and thoroughly enjoyed it. Had fast internet. Let me tell you, most of these hotels have crappy internet. And you know, I'm a content creator, so obviously I need decent internet, because how am I to upload my video if I can't upload it, you don't get to watch it. So anyway, I have to say I was blown away by the internet speed at that Ramada location. And if I ever go back to Portland, Maine again, I will never forget that. You never forget the hotels that have good internet, because they're so few and far between. So I'm just telling you that as a traveler, you know, and as a content creator, I'm always looking for that. So anyway, I digress. It was amazing and it was cheap. So that's how I have a great vacation, is when I don't spend a lot of money on one. Some people got it all wrong. They think in life you need to become rich. The richer, the better. And I say you just work with what you got. You don't have to spend all that money. You can have a great time on a budget, man. You just got to know what you're doing. And I caught a hell of a deal through Capital One on that room. And like I was just saying, you know, if you know what you're doing and you plan for it, you can get a good deal. So David's asking if I paid with credit card or cash. Credit card, because if you pay with a credit card, you got the kickback. That was the whole point. Well, Mary Beth, you know what? Longtime Mary Beth viewer here. You have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I'm so glad that you hung out as long as you did. And I will definitely see you again on the next live and in the comments section of the videos. You're always so kind to comment on the videos. Thank you kindly. You have a good rest of your night as well. Get you some rest and stay warm. And for the other NST viewers that are going to tune off, same to you as well. I'll probably stay live here for another hour or so. I'm pretty wired up on caffeine right now, so we'll just keep driving around and maybe we'll find something to look at. You never know. Let's see, what other comments do we have here? Oh, listen, Priceline.com is your friend. Okay, and I'm not an endorser. I don't do all that crap. You know, some of these YouTube channels that everybody wants to do these paid sponsorships, endorsements. Yeah. Every time I get those emails, I just roll my eyes. Half of them are scams anyway. So anyway, long story short, I don't do all that, but I will tell you just as a personal advice, if you care, Priceline.com is your friend. And if you know what you're doing on there, you can get a great deal. So we'll just say that's exclusively just about how I book my hotels through Priceline, and I can usually get great deals. And you can find them if you'll just look. You just got to read between the lines. You'll find them. It is currently 16 degrees still here in Jonesboro. I see y'all are posting your temperatures as I continue to roll around and try to find something for us to look at. So I left Portland, Maine after 5 days, and for the remainder of my time, I stayed in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. I've got some friends that stay there in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. So I stayed there for the remainder of my time, and then we got back on Amtrak and came home. And I had to get picked up in St. Louis. So that concludes the winter 2026 trip. It's over with. And I'm back. And I'm glad to be back. Ooh, what a cool moon. I wonder if I can zoom in on that. Hold on, let me see if I can do the block here. I might be able to zoom in on that moon. Actually, really cool looking.
I'm saying 1227.
See if I can turn right here. Hang on. Yeah, we'll go back up here. I don't think I can. Could have maybe gone down there. Ours is maintaining at 16 degrees. You know, the whole time I've been doing this live stream, it's only changed. It went to 18 for a while, and it's back down to 16 again. We got all this snow and ice cover on the ground. It's keeping things cold around here. Now, tomorrow night, we're supposed to be -2 tomorrow night. So Arkansas is definitely not used to having minus temperatures ever. I mean, we get down in the single digits occasionally, but never do we have it minus. Like, I can't remember the last time it was minus anything. That's pretty darn cold for Arkansas. When I was in Vermont, St. Johnsbury, it was 4 degrees. When we were crossing Vermont that night, it was 4 degrees. I stuck my hand out the window just to see what 4 degrees felt like. It was pretty cold. Well, I double back so I could show you the moon, and I'm going to try. Let's see if I can pull down wherever this road is. What is this? Maybe I can, yeah, so you can see the moon right there. Let's see, but it's right behind that building. Probably zoom in on that moon. I've got a really good camera tonight. Sometimes when I do this live stream, I do it with an iPhone as the camera. And sometimes when I do this live stream, I do it with a laptop, and I have a 10X camera that I bought. This camera that I got, the example they use for this camera is like a church camera where you have it in a sanctuary or something and it films the church service. That's the one example they used.
60 to 30.
Okay.
27.
On scene 12:30.
It's kind of like a super duper camera, if that makes sense. It's kind of like something that, let's see if I can turn right here and I might be able to show you this moon. Let's see if I can zoom in on it. So I've got the good camera tonight. I'm doing the laptop and camera trick tonight, not the iPhone. And this camera zooms in really good. So let's see if I can maybe give you a nice shot of the moon from Jonesboro, Arkansas tonight. Oh yeah, and it's a nice moon. It's big. If I can get a clear shot that's unobstructed, man, we can get a pretty good view. Let's see if we can get a good view here. Trees are in the way. Let's see if I can get down here. I might have to go down here to Johnson. Well, now I can get a view right there, but that's do not enter. So that sucks. Maybe I can turn right here. Let's see if I can turn right here. Big moon energy tonight. If I can pick it up. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Yeah, there it is. All right, let me stop for the stop signs. Folks are keeping tabs, tonight on the driving of myself. Let's see. If I can stop right here, I might be able to zoom in on that. All right. Let's see if I can zoom in on that moon. I've got to lift this up a little bit. Let me make sure I'm not blocking somebody. I'm not. Look at that moon. Hold on, I'll focus it. Half moon tonight. It's a half moon. Now, of course, looking at it on the screen on the internet, YouTube doesn't really give it justice, just, it's a really cool moon tonight. Aaron says that all the craters on there remind him of his ex. Hey, you know what? The temperature outside reminds me of my ex. She's as cold as ice. It's a Foreigner song. Okay. Got jokes at the midnight hour, do we? So we've moseyed on back to the downtown area, but guys, again, I still got the scanner turned up, and it's not like it's on the wrong channel. There's just nothing being said. There's nothing happening. So at some point, I might call this before too much longer. We can go to that other part of the town. I said we'd go to G Street. Let's go down here. Older part of Jonesboro is through here. Mm-mm. Well, you know, Jonesboro is old. I've had to be educated on the history of Jonesboro. I will say I did not know all the things that I have learned about it. Jonesboro is most definitely a railroad town, and it became the center hub for the timber industry up here in the early 1900s. And so when there was a lot more trees up here in the northeast of Arkansas, then they took all the trees and decided to make it farmland. So this area went from a timber industry to an agri industry, and Jonesboro, due to its location, is just really the central hub for all of it. If you are not from Arkansas and you don't really know what I'm talking about, if you look at a map of the northeast corner of Arkansas, you'll see where Jonesboro is located, and you can kind of just understand why it would have grown, because it's in the middle of everything.
Good.
Show all units tonight. Revised right.
In service, 1236. Engine 3, 1725 South Caraway Road. 1725 South Caraway Road. Alarm fire. Respond on fire, ground 1.
A what? 1720.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
1725 Caraway. Damn. I swear I leave the neighborhood for a minute and they get a fire call. Dang. 1725 Caraway, and I thought they said a lawn fire. I couldn't understand that robot. 1725 Caraway. The fire department was just dispatched to the 1700 block of South Caraway. We're going to hear them get en route, and the dispatcher will tell the call notes. We'll be able to hear more details on this call that just went out. It's on Fireground 1, so we're going to monitor that. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to this.
Dispatch to Engine 3, did you check en route? I saw you keyed up, but no traffic came through.
Yes, ma'am, we were out.
Copy. I have you en route to 1725 South Caraway, 1725 South Caraway. It's going to be at Kroger for a fire alarm. The area activation is going to be water flow system 1. Show you en route at 9:39.
Yeah, that's actually probably going to be a good call right there. From my years as a dispatcher, I can tell you when they put out a fire alarm call at a store with a flow alarm, that's a water flow alarm. Okay, you just would have to know what that means. Well, guess what? It's you see that there's a lot of frozen stuff out on the road right now. So what the fire alarm can detect when the sprinkler system has been activated. That's water flow. So likely what has happened is they've got a busted water pipe, probably a sprinkler pipe, and that is causing water flow, and that has set off the fire alarm there at Kroger. So that is deductive reasoning. I don't know that that's 100% what it is, but that would be my best educated guess, that they have got a busted water main or water pipe going on, the sprinkler system pipe there at Kroger on Caraway. So let's head that way. If we don't have any other reason not to, let's go down there and see if we can see some water flowing. Engine
Speed bumps ahead.
Engine 3 was dispatched. They'll get on scene. We'll hear their updates. So if they have something, you're going to hear it. They're going to tell their dispatch that they've got that kind of situation. So we're going to listen on that. Toby Weldon's asking, live? Yes, we are live. This is not a replay. We are currently live. Well, if you're watching it later, right now the time is 12:41 a.m. Central. And so if you're watching this any other time later on, then this is not live. But currently it is live. So it's going to take me a minute to get back over to Caraway, but we're heading that way. We'll be there in about 5 minutes. Unless they put out another call. If they put out a better call, we'll go to that. Oh, cool. I see that update. Arky 72015 says, yes, my mom was born on a houseboat on the St. Francis River. My grandfather was a logger. They floated the logs down the river. Yes, they did. And someone else, Kelly, was talking about that was the old cotton belt plant, cotton belt yard you just went by. Yes, I did. I found out there used to be a restaurant in between those railroad tracks down there, and I never knew that until just recently. It's no longer there, but oh, cool. We've got someone watching from the wonderful country of Australia. Hello to you. 5:42 p.m. in Australia right now. Wow. We're sitting here at 12:43 a.m. Central Standard Time here in Jonesboro, Arkansas. It's 5:43 p.m. in Australia. That's great. I will come to Australia at some time. I would love to check out your country. I've wanted to for a long time. Now, that's a hell of a flight, but you know what? It's totally worth it, and I would definitely do it. We're glad you're tuning in, Australia. Thanks for watching us. All right, we are on East Washington right now here. Leaving the downtown district, we're going to go back over to where the commercial district is, where the retail stores are. We're going to see about this water flow alarm at Kroger. I just have a feeling that that's going to be a good call. And when I say a good call, I'm talking something to see. So make sure we're on the same page with terminology. Like, in other words, if they put out a structure fire right now and they said they had flames showing, I'd call that a good call. That doesn't mean it's a good call. Like, someone's losing their house, that's a good thing. I don't mean it that way. I'm talking about it's a in progress call. It's a good call. It's not some, false alarm or something. That's what I mean. It's a good call. All right. We're not far from that Kroger call. We'll be there in just a minute. Getting close.
Do you want to the jail to serve FTB for it?
No, we're not in.
Straight around 1246.
All righty, we are arriving now. Let's see if we see some red flashing lights over here. Oh, I don't see a fire truck yet, or a fire engine rather. Let's see if they are around the building. Maybe they're behind it. All right, let's see if we see it behind the building here. Yes, it is behind the building. All right. So that answers that question. And they are slow rolling around the building. We're going to double back. I don't know if they're going to go back to the front or not. It looks like they're about to go around to the front. So they're doing a 360. That's what they call a 360. Is they do a visual of all four corners of the building, and they're doing that probably to find the busted water main or the water pipe.
Emergency vehicle reported ahead.
Well, wow. I didn't know that Waze would do that. Cool. It's pretty neat. So we have the Jonesboro Fire Engine number 3 here, and they are checking out the property to see if they can find a water pipe that's busted. Get a zoom in there.
Want to like stripes tonight?
Now, granted, if there was something else we could go see that had more action, we would go do that, okay? I'll be the first to admit this isn't usually the kind of call I chase, but I mean, at this point, it's slim pickings. So, we're going to do what we can do. You know what I mean? And that's what they're doing out here is trying to figure out. They've got you see they got their lights on there. Look over the building and see if they can find the leak. Something triggered that alarm. And, it's interesting. Water flow alarms are usually valid. I mean, that usually means there's been a sprinkler head that busted or, You know, there's some reason why it happened. I bet they're going to get out and go knock on the door. Yeah, that's what they're doing. I'll park over here and zoom in on them. Where y'all at? Is there anybody even going to come to the door? You know, that's the next thing. They got to get somebody to come to the damn door. I don't think anybody's working overnight at this Kroger. So that's the next problem that they've got is they have a store here. You know, a lot of times these stores have an overnight crew, right? But I actually don't think there's anyone working tonight at Kroger. Because if you'll notice, again, the fire department here, they are actually trying to get in the door. That's them right there trying to get in. I mean, I find, you know, they're just kind of at the mercy of there's nobody there to let them in to make sure they don't have a leak. Hang on, I'm sorry about that. Dang it. Hang on just a second. Let me put that back up here. Let me redo this camera real quick. I'm sorry, guys. So it looks like the fire department is going behind the building. They're off to the side. I'm sorry, let me zoom that back out there. So what are they going to do? They can't get in. They need to check the building. They probably are going to have a responding party come that, yeah, the doors are locked, but they're probably going to have a responder come open the door. I'm kind of wondering, I think they might have made entry. Let me zoom in real quick. I think they might have a key to get in. Let me turn in here. See if I can turn in here, and maybe I can zoom in over there. Oh, come on, car. I don't want to get stuck through here. Can hear the bells, the alarm bells ringing. They might be going available. I don't know. They might be going back around to the back of the building. I'm not real sure. We're going to stay with them for a minute because I've got the scanner on, but they're not talking, so there's not much to hear. Yeah, I did. Aaron says that Best Buy is coming back to Jonesboro. Yes, they are. I heard about that this week. Yeah, they're supposed to have a special. You're right about the special key. A lot of times, these stores give the fire department a key to get in, because again, they might have a scenario where they need to get in immediately and not wait for somebody to show up with a key. So. Hell yeah, look at this. Get it, Phoenix. Get you some, Phoenix. Look at that. All up in this frozen parking lot, like no problem. I love it. Heck yeah. Love that. Yeah, so the fire department is looping back around, it looks like. I see they're coming around to the other side of the building there. They're looking.
Close to 10. Good. In favor 700.
Well, I guess
10-4.
10-4.
C-17
take down sort of side traffic.
Well, as we were leaving Kroger, somebody is pulling in. I don't know if that's the first responder for the Kroger company that has the key, or if he's watching our live stream and he's just wondering what the hell's going on or what. Let me see what he does. I think he's the responding party because he's parking at the front door. Anyway, I'm going to get off of that. There's nothing to see there. Let's move on. But I will tell you, that is something you have to be concerned about right now, is water mains break in this kind of weather, for sure. They do. Oh. Well, it is 14 in Jonesboro as well, according to my temperature gauge on the Phoenix. It is a quiet night in Jonesboro with sporadic calls. That has been our experience for the last several hours. A couple of 3 or 4 domestics, a couple of wild kids, and a fire alarm for a busted sprinkler, or water flow alarm, rather. And as I drive around Jonesboro, there are still multiple crews out clearing parking lots with their skid steers and bobcats and, tractors. I need to go top off on fuel. Why don't we go do that real quick? I'm sorry, Jonesboro. I'm about to sin and do a U-turn in the street. Sorry. All right, let's go back this way. I'm going to run down here and top off the gas real quick before I head back to the house. I'm probably going to call it before long. You are more than welcome to stay live with me. I'm going to head down here to the gas station and top off my fuel. I'll stay live for the next 20 minutes or so. Go top off fuel, and I'll start moseying my way back towards the house. And as I said, you're more than welcome to stay live with me. I'll stay live for about 20 more minutes. If we hear a hot call go out, well, naturally we'll go to it. So you might as well stay live. If you don't have anything better, to do, you might as well just hang out a little longer. If you joined this chat after I said it the last time, if you don't mind, smash the like button real quick before you forget. I certainly appreciate it. I need those likes. Please smash the like button if you hadn't already. It truly helps the channel. I hate to beg for it, but, it's part of it. Thank you. Okay, and we are... we'll take the service road and go to the gas station down here. An erratic driver in a Mitsubishi. Yeah. That would be me. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Whoa, whoa. Oh. Well, I tell you what's going to be fun. Not really. Is tomorrow the sun is going to come out and melt some of this off just a little bit. Like maybe just the top layer. And it's going to refreeze as ice. We're not supposed to, this won't melt off for a good week. We're not going to have temperatures that get to a place that all this will melt off. So at least for a week. So I'm kind of wondering if travel tomorrow night is going to be even worse than it was tonight. Some of this melts and turns into ice. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Are they open yet? I guess they are open, huh?
Usually on 94, it's turned out.
All the troopers went home. Just a few minutes ago, they clocked out as 10-7 at their 42, which is their house. I don't think there's another trooper. I think all the troopers have gone home for the night. Up here in Troop C. Will you deliver me a box of wine? You know what? I used to be an Uber driver for a minute, and I was known to,
Approaching a railroad crossing.
do what I had to do. There's a train coming. I beat the train.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
If somebody asked me to bring them a box of wine, I would do it. For a small fee, of course. What all they got going on down here? The other end of town.
Market 197. I'm saying 113.
I don't think we've come down here much on a live stream. There's not much that happens down here. It's kind of like the industrial part of town down through here. Highway 18.
Okay.
Versus Parker Stadium.
Then say 113.
David says, catch the train on video. Well, I could have, and it's too late now. I'm too far away from it now before I saw your comment. I'm going to stop over here and get gas real quick.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
Check dispatch.
Okay.
Okay, roadway clear.
And service 116.
Well, I didn't know they were closed. I see. Okay. It's fine. I'll go back over here. I have to go to a place that's open over here. Let me go back. Go back here to Phillips 66. We are still monitoring the radio, y'all. So even though I'm pulling in to get gas, we'll leave the radio going. And as I said, if something pops off, we'll certainly go to it. All right, let me pull up here and get this gas real quick. All right, we made it. Yay. Oh, there we go with the yawn in there. I knew that was coming. I'm surprised it took this long. Oh. All right, so we're here. We want to activate that discount for the fuel. So there we go on that. That is good. And yeah, good night to those that are leaving the chat. Agreed.
37, you can start slow rolling it.
I forgot those troopers are on 55 working an overturned semi-truck south of Blyville. That's what they were just talking about. I happen to work overtime tonight. All right, I'll be right back.
Jonesboro, we're 98.
Oh, all right. Well, we're back. Not for long, but we're back. All right, folks, I'm going to start heading back towards Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, which is where I live. I'll stay live for a few more minutes as I drive through Jonesboro to get home. And of course, like I said, if we hear something hot, we'll go to it. But I hope each and every one of you have a good rest of your evening. And hope you're warm, because it's a little chilly outside tonight. Let's put you back in snow mode here. Here we go. Definitely need you in snow mode tonight. All right. And remember, tomorrow we're going to do some content tomorrow, so we'll have some pursuits and some traffic series episodes to release. And where's there? I need that. I need to plug you in back here, don't I? Yes. I know. There. There is nothing out here right now. It is dead in Jonesboro tonight. There ain't nothing happening now. You know, when I was an Uber driver, I used to work the night shift. I mean, as an Uber driver, you could pick your schedule. That's the beauty of Uber, was that you could literally work whenever you wanted to. And I chose to work the night shift. And a lot of times it was nights just like this, where it was late. There was no traffic. I was one of the only vehicles out and about. And you would think, well, why would it be good to work at night like that, like in the middle of the night? Well, because I was the only Uber out. That's why. So you would get a lot of calls. And especially around 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m., and you would think, well, why would you get so many calls then? Because people are flying. They're going to fly out on the first flight out of, well, I lived in Little Rock at the time, so you got to keep in mind, we're talking about Little Rock, not Jonesboro, but they would be on that first flight out. It leaves at 6 in. And sometimes they want to get there early. So, yeah, you would have people start using Uber as early as 3 a.m. to try to get to the airport. So I can tell you, rolling around at night as an Uber, you can make some okay money, especially taking people to the airport and back. Yep. The one thing I didn't like about Uber is I put 70,000 miles on a vehicle in 1 year. And that led to it getting totaled out not long after. But that's a whole nother issue as to why it got totaled out. But still, it's a long story. It was frustrating. And yeah, you're right. You pick up the drunks at closing time, and you know, that can be a double-edged sword. That can either be a good thing or it can be a fucking horrible, excuse my language, a horrible thing. Because, you know, when you get a drunk, you don't know if you're getting a happy drunk or an idiot drunk that doesn't care about your property or any of that. I've had all of the above. I've had every drunk type you could have. And, you know, it sucks when they're not the good kind. So, it is what it is. All right, good people. Well, I think I'm going to conclude the live stream from the interstate here because I'm tired and I'm about talked out, and also I want to hear the radio before I go home so I can hear some tunes. Keep me up long enough to get home. So I think we'll call it a night. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm sorry they didn't have any other calls for us to go see. It just is what it is. Stay warm, stay safe. Have peace in your life. Be peaceful towards others. We need more peace in the world right now. We got a lot of aggression in the world. We got a lot of anger in the world right now. We need a lot of peace in the world is what we need. So that's my message to you. Let peace be with you and be cool. Chill out. Enjoy your life. Y'all have a good night or a good rest of your day, wherever you're at. If you're in Australia, have a good evening. Anywhere else in the world, have a good night. This is NST, James, the content creator. Gonna take this baby on home now. I'm kind of tired. Good night and goodbye.